Black people, I love you, and I love you enough to tell you, you ain't ready to revolt shit. You don't feed yourself, you don't hunt your own animals and slaughter them, you don't prepare your own meat, you don't own your own land, you don't have a seed growing in your window. So when you think about revolutionarism, and you think about fighting and dying in the street, you ain't shit.
Killer Mike said black people ain't ready to revolt. It's a disparaging marriage and he ready to elope. Maritime coastline, deep V hull boat, crack a nose turned up, machete to your throat. The divine snatched the arm back, she fine, she in Zinga. Moroccan mercenary got a line on Moringa. Ask Chief X to swing it. Go fund me to rock a new car or build a school like I'm Dr. Umar. Nah, go fund some more guns, banana clips and cannabis, and bury it, the jackal, Anubis. I'm cool, keep them heaters, and I'm in tie in an abyss. He ain't rapping due to libations, he just channeling this.
Hands down, you ain't ready to oppose nothing. You are as a part of this system as any white person gentrified.
Our own life, hovercraft propellers over swamp water. We make the thoughtful think they should have thought harder. Be aware of this. Don't blink, there's only one blunt between the careful and careless. It's hard to face it when you need a shrink or a therapist. Mental disorder ordered them to label you a terrorist. I breathe elements and I found the secret. We could all walk on water if it's ground beneath it. I carry my weapon and keep my trees, and still be hotep and asterisk Nasheed. 6 in the morning, I greet my seed and do everything I think I need.
I have to say this because I know our spirit and our emotions get stirred. I'm not against nobody on the panel. I'm with everybody on it. I'm not diametrically opposed to anybody. I agree with everything my brother said about revolutionaryism. So let me ask you guys a few questions. We're in the South, part of the South right now. Fishing. Who knows how to fish? Hands down. Who knows how to hunt? Let's hands down.
I got these setting the first pictures open, J. Mill.
Black people, are you ready to revolt? Black people, are you ready to revolt?
We just getting started. We're gonna have another cool session.
Black people, are you ready to revolt? Black people, are you ready to revolt?
I don't know, that's a question. As a matter of fact, hold on, let me see something. Let me see something if I can pull up this thing. My daughter bumping that radio. I ain't even gonna tell her to turn it down. It's just background music out. Let me see. Not World West. Alright, never mind. I'm about to play this other song so we can get this going. Y'all ready?
If you ain't Sinetta, no time for that interview, dog. I put my shit out for niggas, I don't send it to blogs. Clan kill off the Buddha, not being discreet. One puff, this big pops and projectiles. Between the sheets. Sun run, cold game, bring your cleats. The best flow blow, Eskimo, penguin feet. Don't need no blunt to burn. You run the turf with 10 niggas on the block. That's a punt return. Ayo, Dolomite prototype soldier with the solar light. Saber and he hold it like he hold a mic. Golden ice pendants. Sipping on that overpriced poltergeist spirits. Ripping at the open mic, spoke the nice lyrics like Mama moved mean overnight. Golden motorbike holding on some time shit. That nice neon kit is on it. The king's libation with exotic liqueur. The queen's vibration like a solid Shakur. A lot of decor. Imported cornbread, they ain't got it at the store. Nubian Kush. black top, pottery jars, 39% THC, the quality pure. Old rappers try to spit ain't hot as before. It's like I'm 5 flights above, bust the shots at the floor. Cats switch up their style when they ain't got it no more, cause they gotta keep their product in stores to feed their kids. See what that weed did? The yes man agreeing on everything we said. I smother the mic like it's the love of my life. Don't get sliced and beat with the butt of the knife. Brother polite, I say I'm animalistic, cause I still be in the hood with my hand on my pistol. The Hebrews think I'm cannibalistic, E5 divination, channel the mystic, audio visionary. Let's play poetical Pictionary. Picture me burning down your missionary. Yeah. Then I send you religion. That red dot on your head, that's Hindu tradition. Invisible, independent, intrinsic shit. I'll bring it all to an end with indivisible games. Charles Xavier, getting your brain. Mental anguish and manifesting physical pain. Wizard remains the damn. Invisible, independent, intrinsic. Shit, I'll bring it all to an end. They didn't peep. Dang, I gotta hear the lyrics. Charles Xavier, getting your brain. Mental anguish or manifesting physical pain. Wizard remains the dance in the chemical rain. Breathe slow, then I'm up out of this physical plane. Got military machinery that exercise weaponized greenery. Shine at a jeopardize the scenery, son. Bruh, the beam 10 times your distance. Inclines be benching. Stop rising with no trend line resistance. The parabolic breakout. I'm F-16 with the aeronautic fake out. Guess what? The God killer. You see the Negro pens? The God killer. It's the God killer. Negro pens ain't even good Negro pens. The God killer. It's the God killer. They trying to emulate white people from the 1800s. The God killer. It's the God killer. I see you something in the building. What's up, RTP? The God killer. It's the God killer. Yes, sir. Good to have that love. And its reception in Black America. You see, these sisters is about to say, y'all think they need to be black people because I call them sisters. That just means females right now. Don't be mad at me. They came to Cal Berkeley looking for Smash and couldn't find them. They came to Cal Berkeley looking for Jay Mills. They looking for the Black Americans who study in Kemet. And they like, dang, where y'all at? Hold on. So they hosted a conference, right? And I'm gonna share some of this video for us to see. Because the Negro pens will tell you one thing, and the real ones will tell you another, right? So let's take a look at this for a minute. It's crazy, man. Let's go.
Hi, everyone. This lecture was originally given for
this in my
the
hood too,
Northern
by the way.
California chapter of AUC on April 18, 21. This is a recording. And the idea for this lecture and the related project on the reception of ancient Egypt in Black America originated from my long-time interest in Egyptomania, which is also the topic of a course I teach at UC Berkeley. It was while looking at publications and events on such a topic, which is a very popular one in the US, that I have noted how the proposed narratives on the fascination for ancient Egypt always focused on Europe and the West, as if ancient Egypt does not attract the interest in other cultures. Egyptomania is in fact a term coined in the West to describe a modern era of fascination for the ancient Egyptian culture, initiated by Napoleon after the Egyptian campaign of 1799. I talk today about the West, also known as the Occident, according to a cultural more than a geographical definition. In this cultural definition, the Western would refer to Europe and to areas whose populations largely originated from Europe through the age of discoveries, imperialism. Being the African Americans an ethnic group with total or partial ancestry from Africa, I define their culture therefore as non-Western. An overview of non-Western reception of ancient Egypt would imply, however, to mention many other cultures, including the modern Egyptians themselves and historical phenomena such as pharaonism in post-Third World War Egypt. But that is going to be probably a topic for yet another paper.
Okay, so just real quick, that pharaonism, pharaohism, which he says is going to be a topic for another day, is important for us to look into. So after this, I will share another video on that. But let's see some of her sentiments.
Scholarly studies on Egyptomania all start with the mention of the Greek and the Romans, namely the classical civilizations representing once again the West as the first people to be fascinated by ancient Egypt, and when very rarely there is a final mention of the influence that ancient Egypt had on the non-Western world, and in particular on the modern and contemporary African American intellectuals and artists, it results in a rather shallow overview disseminated of Eurocentric biases, which clearly show the lack of interest or understanding of this phenomena. In 2014, by moving from Europe to Auckland, the birthplace of the Black Panthers, and working at UC Berkeley, where Sandra has been lecturing, and we will be mentioning Black Panthers and Sandra again today.
All right, look.
I could realize even more
so I'm
clearly
right
that
now, real quick, I'm about to go get into this UC Berkeley. I know it's probably older, but I'm going to see what's going on. Because as she's going to state in this video, she's looking for us. And she wonder what's going on. Why ain't nobody, why ain't no black people studying Kemet? But watch this.
Fascination for ancient Egypt traveled much farther than Victorian London and did not only produce white Cleopatras. The modern and contemporary African American culture provides a full world of art, literature, music, and philosophy that reprocess ancient Egyptian thoughts, visuals, and spirituality. I believe that such a world deserves more attention within the academia and museums hosting ancient Egyptian collections. Therefore, today I would like to present an overview on such a wide spectrum of trends, of thoughts, and art productions inspired by ancient Egypt and born in Black America. Any discourse on the reception of ancient Egyptian Black America cannot avoid mentioning the phenomenon of Afrocentrism, a term which is generally feared or looked at with distrust by scholars of classics and also Egyptologists, because associated to an extreme and non-scientific approach to the study of the past. It has been defined even as a therapeutic mythology by a Black scholar itself, such as Clarence Walker. Very recently, however, the interest in Black scholars and intellectuals...
Real quick. You know, every 120 years, the earth refreshes its people. Whole new group of people on the earth. And so some people are remembered by these photographs and slides like this showing you what they accomplished and talking about what they did in their days here. Hoping that a lot of us are making any type of mark in history that will be remembered, right? How will you be remembered? When someone put, oh, she got on a hieroglyphic shirt. Oh, you can't make this up. I gotta snip this. Oh, this is checkmate, SNIP. This is the ultimate checkmate to let you know I told you I was about to get at it though, right? She got on my shirt. I'm about to snip this so we can all see it. Look at this. She might have been at our last show. Wondering why our name is the hieroglyphics and we ain't studying no metal netter. Look at her shirt, bro. What's that logo you see? I just noticed this right this second. You can't make that up. See, while y'all calling the scholars, they calling us. I repeat, while y'all calling the scholars, they calling us through presentations and symbolism. Where she woke up this morning to do this presentation about Afrocentrism in Black America, and she threw on a Hyro shirt. You can't make this up. Man, stop it. Just stop it. It's ridiculous. She got on a damn Hyro shirt. You want to see where we sell those? God. So she came here. Okay? This ain't that fake shit. This the real for real. And this is what we call separating game. It's probably second or third time you ever seen me share this on here. All right? She got on a Hyro shirt. I just noticed that, but let's keep going.
Have been contributing to Egyptology has been raised, mainly thanks to the work of Vanessa Davis, who is reevaluating the contribution of Afrocentric scholars and Afrocentrism to the study of ancient Egypt.
Man, we gonna
Today,
throw a
therefore, I
party.
will not discuss.
Now, that's what I'm gonna do. Hyro gonna throw a party for the Egyptologists. Who ain't gonna be there? That'll go down. Where that need to be? If it ain't in Kemet, it might have to be at the Luxor in Egypt. I mean, at the Luxor in Vegas. So this is what we're going to do now that I see I got it all and it's just all in my hands. We about to have a conference, a new symposium. They all in my email. I'm just waiting for a few responses. We about to throw a new symposium. Right? And we're going to get these people here and we're going to reconvene on these subjects in light of this new data. No trick'emship. If everything goes down right, I'm going to be able to make my presentation in front of a panel of Egyptologists for y'all and see who got something to say. I'm in contact with the best, the Serge Sonderons of the day right now. And I want to see what they say. And I got Chris, so I ain't even tripping. Now I might have to whip out, I might have to reinstate some people. You feel me? Into the kingdom. And then we go do what we supposed to do instead of playing with these suckers. Yeah, that's what we gonna do. Because she got on a Hyro shirt. So therefore, it's over. It's happening. See? I ain't got to put no fake ass language in the email. I ain't got to be other than me. let's get back to this. But we having that though.
Discuss figures of Black intellectuals such as Du Bois, a historian, sociologist, and Pan-Africanist from Massachusetts, who was even corresponding with Petrie on the origin of the ancient Egyptians. I refer to Vanessa Davis' recently appeared article in Ankh, and to her upcoming book on the voices of Black scholars in Egyptology, for a thorough discussion of Du Bois and other Black scholars of its time. What I like to show today instead is how Afrocentrism, that is in fact the study of the history of people of African descent, is a response to a global Eurocentrism dominating ancient history, and as such should be appreciated.
I keep saying we need to, yeah. So I'm gonna do it. Since everybody's sitting around arguing, fighting, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna bring together these European Egyptologists to prove us wrong. And I'm gonna get somebody to pay for that shit. One of these cities.
In its contribution to contrast or at least nuance ideas, too often racist ones, about the ancient world, which are rooted in Western academia, but also in Western developments of fascination for the past, including what we call Egyptomania in Europe and the US. Also, ancient Egypt plays a role in Afrocentrism, but how? This question is apparently an easy answer. Afrocentrists state that Egypt is at the origin of civilization, that modern African Americans were Egyptians, and that ancient Egyptians were Black. The debated book of Bernal, Black Athena, attempting to prove that ancient Greece adopted ancient Egyptian culture, art, and language, is one of their most quoted academic books. The work of Sheikh Anta Diop, who studied pre-colonial African cultures, revendicating
she didn't say in Afrocentrism. She said Black Athena is one of the most quoted academic books. I want to make sure she's not limiting that to Afrocentrism.
Greece adopted ancient Egyptian culture, art, and language, is one of their most quoted academic books. The work of Sheikh Anta Diop, who studied pre-colonial African cultures, revendicating their common traits and shared African cultural continuity, is central to Afrocentrism. It is also interesting how the debate around Afrocentrism has generated negative ideas on the question of centrism in general, considering Afrocentrism as a negative phenomenon as well as Eurocentrism, because they both look for a center. I've heard even opinions about Afrocentrism being a Western phenomenon similar to Eurocentrism because of looking for a center and considering Africa as a monolithic continent. But if one goes back to the sources, namely to those African-American thinkers and scholars of the Temple School who theorized Afrocentrism and Afrocentricity, such as Molefi Kiti-Asante, it is clear that this research for a center aims at validating, regenerating, and perpetuating African peoples as active, primary, and central agents in the making of their histories. The African continent is seen as the ideal.
Oh my God, I just had to stop though. Cats, the Egyptologist got on your shirt. For real. Oh my gosh.
center because people of African descent in the US can hardly know where exactly they came from. The slave trade involving a wide part of West Africa, but its diversity is celebrated as well in Afrocentric productions, which look at various ancient and modern societies in Africa. As Ayele Bakery writes, whereas Africa is a collective and plural term encompassing diverse cultures and experiences, center is a claim to place. Center evokes landedness. Continental Africa constitutes the actual physical land, a free land of all African people, and that is central to their sense of identity and cultural distinctiveness in its various hues and manifestations. Africa is a source of their historical beginnings. Africa provided the templates of their cultures, belief systems, philosophies, family values, and knowledge of themselves and the world. Particularly impressive is the contribution of the visual arts inspired by Afrocentrism and originating from the need of unlearning art as taught in schools, namely with hidden Western biases, such as implying that the best art in the world has been produced by Europeans, that oil painting, sculptures in marble or bronze, and monumental architecture are the most important art form, and that there is a significant hierarchical distinction between art and craft. We had all been through the same kinds of school system that taught us the same terrible things about art. We had to unlearn art history with its lack of appreciation for African and Egyptian art, its refusal to recognize the influence of African art on European movements, wrote Caroline Fox, while commenting on the COBRA, Coalition of Black Revolutionary Artists Collective, founded in 1968, which would later be renamed AfriCobra, African Commune of Bad Relevant Artists. They were also iconic leaders in the Black Power movement, by the way. And among other members of the collective was Wadsworth Jarrell, the author of the splendid painting Revolutionary, depicting Angela Davis in vibrant colors, showing all the intensity, the power of her activism, now at the Brooklyn Museum. Part of AfriCobra were also Napoleon John Henderson and Jeff Donaldson. In African Solar, Jones Henderson features a yellow and an orange ankh, a blue was hieroglyph, a black Heka scepter, all signs of power and life, and the purple sun disk with the horns recalling the typical crown of Hathor and Isis against the dark silhouette of a full afro. Donaldson also shows an ankh in a syncretistic context in the wives of Shango, one of the women wearing an ankh, another a cross, a crucifix, and bandoliers around all trees, unifying two religions with the struggle for freedom. And Shango, by the way, is a god of the Yoruba people in Nigeria, which came to the New World with the slave trade and is still worshipped in some areas of the Caribbean. So, Pan-Africanists and Afrocentrist scholars have been often ignored in Egyptology, although they produced very interesting comparative studies, as in the case of Maulana Karenga, a professor of Black Studies at California State University.
Did she say they work in pseudo? Or did she say they produce very interesting comparative studies? Man, hold on, I gotta rewind this, man. Cats is just haters. See, the Negropeans is trying to be like the old white people.
Have been often ignored in Egyptology, although they produced very interesting comparative studies, as in the case of Maulana Karenga, a professor of Black Studies at California State University, who in 2004 published a study on Maat, the moral ideal in ancient Egypt, and Karenga investigated what he calls the Maatian ethics, according to a sort of intellectual archaeology directed toward recovering and reconstructing classical African cultures as sources of paradigms for enriching and expanding modern African intellectual discourse and culture, as written in the preface. In a door of 6 pages long foreword to the book, Jan Assmann writes, "The reception of ancient Egypt is entering a new phase. It is the first attempt to revitalize a completely forgotten tradition of highest antiquity. This could only be achieved by someone embodying the skills and characteristics of a full-fledged Egyptologist and the competence and commitment of an equally full-fledged African-American philosopher. Karenga is both. His book is an example of the finest Egyptological scholarship, and it will certainly prove to be of highest interest for the ongoing debates in philosophy and Black studies." In the same foreword, Assmann also sketches a brief history of the reception of ancient Egypt, divided in 4 phases, and with Marenga initiating the 4th one. With the first phase of the reception history of ancient Egypt, according to Assmann, but also as mentioned in other studies of Egyptomania, occurred already in antiquity, while Egypt was still a living civilization admired by Greek and Latin authors. The second phase, built on the first one, included the Renaissance and humanist interest in Greek and Roman antiquities, with Egypt being considered as part of it and therefore as a sort of classical heritage of Europe. Such a phase includes European Egyptophilia of the 5th century with the discovery of Or Apollon's books and Marsilio Ficino's translation of the Hermetica, and lasted until the decipherment of the hieroglyphs by Champollion in 1822. With the decipherment and the birth of Egyptology, which will abandon the imaginary dialogue with an imagined Egypt characterizing Egyptophilia and Egyptomania, Assmann sees the beginning of the 3rd phase of the reception history of ancient Egypt, with Marenga, who builds on theories from other famous Afrocentrists such as Teofilo Benga and the already mentioned Sheikh Anta Diop. Assmann sees the beginning of a 4th phase, characterized instead by the search for a moral orientation by studying ancient Egyptian sources.
So hold on. They say this the 4th phase, y'all. Is we part of the 4th phase? Are you part of the 4th phase? Bruh. If I ain't part of the 4th phase, cat's tripping. I just got to qualify that by getting in front of some people. Because we got some things to talk about. You see? Now, if I get these emails back and they going to bow down in the email already, right? Then I'm going to give them what they need in order to come bow down publicly. All I need to do is make these presentations in front of qualified people, not in front of laymen who can't understand the problem that this research presents for the claims that have not yet been falsified, like the black silk, like the ancient Egyptian black reality revolves around black silk. Now, here's something funny that I noted in a conversation earlier today with Jay Mill. And I was like, dang, why I ain't never thought about that? So we all often bang out a lot of topics, and we was talking about the lack of primary attestations for ancient Egyptians. They're supposed to revere this black silk so much, we should be able to look into the text and finding them being like, oh, the black silk, praise the black silk. But not even we don't find that. We don't even find nobody talking about sowing the seed in this black suit. It's just not there. Not like it didn't happen, but it's kind of like looking through American literature and trying to find the same type of agricultural text. They're going to be in probably a smaller section of the library. But if we have some big concept about our black reality revolving around that, we find it in every magazine, all over the place. The lack of those attestations is upon us. Like that's a reality. And so we got to have that dealt with. Where did this notion even come from? And why is it almost like a mandated catechism to include whenever you say that Egypt was the black land, you got to include that it refers to the Fertile Nile suit. But what I thought about earlier when I was talking with Jay Mill was that ancient Egyptians had 3 seasons. What was it? Akhet, Paret, and Shemu. Something like that. I think Shemu will be closest to our summer. Akhet would have to be the season of the flood because Paret is when things come forth. So that would be like spring, right? And so think about this. Right now we think, as my brother was just explaining to us, we understand that the rain happens further south and it rips up all of this fertile, soil and brings it downstream, leaving a fertile topsoil, as we can presume or conclude. But what the ancient Egyptians said, and I found it and I included this research in my book, the closest attestations we find don't even show that they thought that the life regenerative properties were in the soil. And so I will start with Plutarch and we'll go back and try to see what the ancient Egyptians said. But it's Plutarch who put forth that Osiris was connected to moisture, and that the life regenerating properties that we all attribute to the black silk was actually attributed to moisture by the ancient Egyptians. And so this caused me, it made one of my neurons go off, and I started thinking about it. Everybody, think about a household plant. The majority of us, some of us, if you don't have plants, get a plant. Plants are cool, living entities to have in your house other than just you, right? You can see them grow, help them nurture them, right? So you're going to go get some compost, and it's going to be black, right? It's going to be really, really dark. But what I pointed out to Jay Mill today, and then I would like to point this out to all of us, there was not a season in Kemet where the black silk appeared other than black. Okay? Just get this easy. This is easy, so don't complicate it. Whether it was Paret, Akhet, or Shemu, and you refer to your pots in your house after you live fertile compost, whether it's wet or dry, that consistency of soil remains black. Do we have any contentions yet? So no one was sitting around waiting for some black stuff to come rolling down the river, because the land they would be standing on would already be black. It would just be dry because it wasn't the season of the inundation. So when we looking, so this is an answer to why when we looking through these texts, we can't find them talking about, we can find them talking about the top layer of water all the time. But they're not talking about the silt. And the answer, or what seems to be an answer, comes from Plutarch. Because what they had in juxtaposition to the red land was moisture. You want me to pull that up? I'll pull that up so fast. Hold on, we're going to get back to this.
Marenga's approach to ancient Egypt.
But let's just start to learn it. Let me close this out. Close that out. All right, we're going to go. I got some SETI pictures. All right, I go right here. Let me see. I'm going to go to Plutarch, Isis, and Osiris. Right? We've seen this multiple times. He going to describe Osiris as black and say he wasn't black because of the fertile soil, like all the Egyptologists say. They say he was black because of moisture. Let me see. I'm just going to F moisture. Right? The meaning is doubtful, but Isis is the god of vegetation, of the Nile, of the sea, and might very naturally be associated with moisture. Golly, hold on. But that ain't even what we're looking for. So this is a different one. I'm going to show you. I got to get to book 3, if I presume. Book 2, maybe. Right? Now let me see. I'm going to go F moisture. Right? Here we go. But the wiser of the priests not only call the Nile Osiris and the sea Typhoon, but they simply give the name Osiris to the whole source and facility creating, the whole source and faculty creative of moisture. Oh my gosh. Hold on. Now show me, he say, of black silk. But the wiser of the priests not only call the Nile Osiris and the sea Typhoon, but they give the name of Osiris to the whole source and faculty creative of moisture, believing this is the cause of generation and the substance of life producing seed. Moisture. Then he gonna kill y'all. Hold on. Then he gonna even juxtaposition it to the desert. And the name of Typhoon they give to all that is dry, fiery, and arid. In general, the antagonist to moisture. Therefore, because they believe that it was personally of a reddish, shallow color, so he killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Because he say Osiris was black and they don't fuck with Osiris was black and they don't mess with red people because of that. Now listen to what he says. Therefore, because they believe that he personally of a red, therefore, because they believe that he, this is Typhoon. Let me read this over. And the name of Typhoon they give as dry, fiery, and arid. In general, the antagonist to moisture. Therefore, because they believe that he was personally of a reddish, shallow color, they are not eager to meet men of such complexion, nor do they associate with them. Now, what's going on here? They dark because of the moisture to him, and they don't associate with red people. Do you see this? But the people who don't use primary sources would have you believe they wanted the color on the walls to look red that they drew the people. So what's the truth? The ancient accounts or what people saying right now? Or what's closer to the truth? I need to make this bigger on the screen because I have a feeling some people only need to read things for their own eyes before they believe them. Even when they read them with their own eyes, they don't know how to deal with the information. So is Osiris about the black silk? Well, hold on. We're not talking about Osiris, but just think, you gotta slow down. The first thing he said was they call the Nile Osiris. So when he's talking about this stuff, it's about the moisture. He clearly say, he ain't gonna say nothing about no damn silk. And further on, later, he is gonna mention the dark soil and ain't gonna say nothing about what y'all think is supposed to happen. He gonna be like, he gonna equate that to the black of the eye. Let's look at all of this. So we're gonna see how people got this all messed up. But look, therefore, you can read it yourself. Because they believe that he was personally of a reddish, shallow color, that's Set, the bad guy, Typhoon. They are not eager to meet men of such complexion. Now, did I just make that up? Is this word complexion or complex and I'm just messing it up? No, that ain't complexion. Look, that's complexion. So you can read this at any source, but this is Penelope at University of Chicago education. We're reading Isis and Osiris by Plutarch. All right. Now watch this. What does he say next after you talk about the red people that they don't like to mess with? Osiris, on the other hand, according to the legendary tradition, was dark. If you click this footnote, it's going to say supra. Okay? Let's see. Supra. Okay? Like, this is not the first time doing this. Now check this out. Because water darkens everything. Does it say because of the fertile damn silk? These dudes don't got no sources. First they told us he was the Nile, but he's about to expound from his limited knowledge of what he thought in his time, based on his accounts. Osiris, on the other hand, according to their legendary tradition, was dark. Because water darkens everything, earth and clothes and clouds, when it comes into contact with them. In young people, the presence of moisture renders their hair black. So this is what I'm trying to say. They think it's the moisture making stuff black. And he even cited that it was the moisture that had the life regenerating seed. It's the no, this University of Chicago. I don't think it's the Oriental Institute. But we say U Chicago. Normally Oriental Institute says O, I think. But with grayness like paleness, now, let me see. While grayness, like a paleness, as it were, is induced by dryness in those who are past their prime. Also, the springtime is vigorous. See, shouldn't he say something about the dirt right here, the soil? Also, the springtime is vigorous, prolific, and agreeable. But the autumn, since it lacks moisture, is inimical to plants and unhelpful for living creatures. Now watch how you go in on this blackness. The bull kept at Heliopolis, which is Memphis, and which is sacred to Osiris, and some hold to be the sire of the Apis, is black and has honor second to only the Apis. Now let's listen to this. Egypt, moreover, which has the blackest of soils, they call by the same name as the black portion of the eye, Chemia. See what I mean? Now, he would have said they call Egypt this because it got the blackest of soils. But he said Egypt, moreover, which got the blackest of soils, they call by the same name as the black portion of the eye, Chemia. Damn, dudes don't see this? He telling you right here, equating it to the eye. If this would have said Egypt, moreover, which is, how would it have been said? If this would have said Egypt, which has the blackest soils, is called Kimia because of this blackest soils. He did not say that. He said Egypt, moreover, which has the blackest soils, they call by the same name as the black portion of the eye. So what is Egypt equated to? It got the black soil, but they're equating it to the blackness of the eye, as he's saying it here. They call by the same name as the black portion of the eye. Kimia. And what do they compare it to? And compare it to the heart, for it is warm and moist. Golly. And enclosed by its southern portions of the inhabited world and adjoins them like the heart of the man. So we do have him saying that Osiris was black and that he related this to moisture. And that was just one attestation. Let's see if I can get back to this.
It is therefore a philosophical one, not a purely historical, although he reviews Egyptological studies and uses the same sources as Egyptologists would do while investigating the concept of math. It is with respect to the concept of person and to the central aspects of human sociality that traditional African values seems most illuminating, writes Assmann. In this area, Egyptologists will have much to learn from African philosophy. Whereas Egyptological interpretation contents itself with understanding, philosophical interpretation aims at application. It is disappointing that such an important foreword from a renowned scholar as Assmann did not help anyway to let Marenga's study ever be considered as part of the Egyptological curricula. Stephen Quirk is the only Egyptologist I know that mentioned this book, which I have found instead very inspiring for the same reasons Assmann mentions. And the Maatian ethics, the Maatian ethics have been inspiring a number of other interesting studies based on a critical analysis of ancient Egyptian literary texts, such as Cecil Blake's The African Origins of Rhetoric, published in 2009, where the roots of rhetorical theory and challenges are investigated through what is called the darkness metaphor, the rhetorical construction of Africa and Africans, and by calling Tahotep to the rescue, that is reading the classical wisdom text and instructions of Tahotep to his son on how to speak well.
Real quick, she getting it in, but why they don't ever show y'all no modern Egyptologists and stuff like saying what they saying? Right? Like why it should be easy enough to be like, let's watch this.
As a moral example of African heritage that contemporary African leaders should adopt. And I wish to thank Annie Rashwan for pointing out this inspiring book to me. And speaking about leaders, Afrocentrism and Black nationalism found each other in the Black Panther Party, founded in 1966, and inspired the love and fascination for ancient Egyptian gods, pharaohs, and queens that are still popular subject of murals and street art in Auckland, the birthplace of the Black Panthers. Huey P. Newton, you see here a quote from him, and the other founders of the Black Panther Party saw in education, and in particular in the study of the past, a powerful weapon to use for their cause of liberation and revolution, as also noted by Bell Hooks in her book, Teaching to Transgress, Education as the Practice of Freedom. But teaching was about service, giving back to one's community. For Black folks, teaching, educating was fundamentally political because it was rooted in anti-racist struggle. Studying the history of ancient Egypt and of other African civilizations becomes, for the African-American communities of the 60s and the 70s, a way to reflect about diversity, not only in terms of race and ethnicity, but also in terms of thought. The classroom was, and it should be still, I would add, the space for discussing issues of diversity. The late 60s were also the time when Black art received the attention it deserved as educational tool for the African-American communities, thanks to the Studio Museum in Harlem, New York City, founded in 1968, and exclusively devoted to the works of artists of African descent. One of the most impressive artists whose work is exhibited in the Studio Museum is Lorraine O'Grady, who employed the diptych, namely an object with two flat plates which form a pair in her heart. On a trip to Egypt in 1963, the artist recalled, as I was walking from the embassy to the Hilton across the square, I looked around and I could not believe it. There were so many people who looked like me. I had never been anywhere like that before. It had not happened in Boston, certainly, and it had not happened in Harlem. Returning to Boston, O'Grady began buying books on ancient Egypt, became a self-taught Egyptologist. In the series Miscegenated Family album, she mourns the death of her sister, Devonia, by building on the physical resemblances she saw between Devonia and the Egyptian queen Nefertiti. In the series of 16 diptychs, she paired images of Devonia and Nefertiti as well as of members of their family, creating a delicate narrative that brings to life the status of the Egyptian woman, as well as the photos of her sister and her family. Another impressive artist exhibited at the Studio Museum is Betty Saar, an American assemblage artist living and working in LA, who was inspired by the energy of the national civil rights movement of the 70s.
So Egyptologists is giving props then, huh? They not hating on your study of Kemet or whatever. They fascinated by it and look at how it's going into the artworks and everything.
South California, as well as in the cultural and spiritual traditions and her own mixed African-American, Native American, and Irish heritage. With her window of ancient sirens, in particular, built with framed glass and depiction of multiple moons and Egyptian symbols, she transports the viewer in mediated spaces of other worlds and the dimension of the soul. It's a sublimation of the ancient Egyptian spirituality in a modern art assemblage. Through her life, Betty Saar studied mysticism and the occult. Essence of Egypt reflects not only Saar's long-standing interest in the art and artifacts of many, especially non-Western cultures, but also the Tutmania that resulted from the first exhibition in 1972 at the British Museum of the treasures of Tutankhamun, who traveled to LA in 1978, where it attracted almost 1 million visitors. The top central portion with the oval three-figure reliefs, the Eye of Horus here below, and the pale green scarab with falcon wings is taken directly from a pectoral of in the Treasures of Tutankhamun exhibition. There are numerous other Egyptian motifs in Saar's assemblage as well, including images borrowed directly from the beautiful New Kingdom Theban tomb of Nebamun, here at the top left and right. While those few studies on the history of Egyptology that mention the reception of the Egyptian civilization in the African American culture generally only mention Afrocentrism, a newer, a very intriguing current of thought that finds in part inspiration in the ancient Egyptian culture as well is hardly taken into consideration, namely Afrofuturism. This term was coined by cultural critic Mark Derry in his 1994 essay, Black to the Future, aiming at giving a name to technoculture trends in Black America. But Afrofuturism covers a wide and more complex intersection of imagination, technology, the future, and liberation, as Yitasha Womack writes, where through literature, music, and visual arts, notion of blackness are redefined for the contemporary world and for the future. Empowered by technology, sci-fi, and fantasy, conventional thinking about the Black identity is inverted and stop being a negotiation with stereotypes and a dystopian view of the race, writes Yitasha Womack in an inspiring and informative book, Afrofuturism, the World of Black Sci-Fi and Fantasy Culture. You see the cover in this picture. Where does ancient Egypt comes to play a role in Afrofuturism? While looking at the future, Afrofuturist thinkers look back at their past from an Afrodiasporic perspective, as mentioned in a study of Lisa Jacek. Afrofuturism is not only a subgenre of science fiction, instead it is a larger aesthetic mode that encompasses a diverse range of artists working in different genres and media who are united by their shared interest in projecting Black futures derived from Afrodiasporic experiences. That is clear in sci-fi Black writers that are considered today exponents of Afrofuturism, such as Octavia Butler, Samuel Delany, Nnedi Okorafor, N.K. Jemisin, and many others, where the mythological element of setting of their sci-fi stories recall the golden era of lost civilizations, such as Egypt and Nubia. By englobing and reproposing Afrocentric themes through a futuristic lens, stories of the future show once again how brown and dark-skinned people ruled in advanced societies and shaped global knowledge, Womack writes. The reference to ancient Egypt is not anymore necessarily explicit, but can be found in the countless references to the myth, to an esoteric knowledge that allows to know yourself, which is taken from the Kemetic Afrocentric approach to the world, and that same Egypt inspired ethical philosophy that we have mentioned when speaking of Marenga's book on
Let me say something real
Ma'at.
quick. Have y'all heard her say anything negative yet? This is a real Egyptologist. Have you heard her castigating the people who do these studies? Shout out to the Black Raven, and thanks for that contribution to the channel. I don't think I heard her saying slanderous things about this yet.
A beautiful example of this form of reception of ancient Egypt can be found in a recently launched series by HBO, Lovecraft Country, inspired to Matt Ruff's novel. The plot sees Chicago-based Atticus Tick Freeman, a young Korean War veteran, avid reader of fantasy and Gothic fiction, such as Lovecraft's stories, starting a quest to find his disappeared father, whom he at first believes went to Arkham, Massachusetts, the fictional town of Lovecraft's creation in Jim Crow's America of the 50s. Tick is accompanied on this trip by his uncle George and his childhood friend Leticia, who become implicated in a family drama that involves supernatural occultist activity. Another main character of the novel and series is Hippolyta, Atticus' aunt and George's wife. She loves astronomy, and in episode 7 of the TV series titled I Am, Hippolyta is on a journey across space and time to define her identity as Black woman. Using her knowledge of astronomy, she's able to get an already mechanical model of the solar system to work and to reveal a quote from the philosopher Kant. Every beginning is in time and every limit of extension in space. She then lands on another planet, finds herself in a spaceship where she meets an Afrofuturistic extraterrestrial being. And the speech heard as Hippolyta floats through space come from American jazz artist Sun Ra in the pioneer Afrofuturistic sci-fi movie Space is the Place. In the 3-minute scene from Hippolyta and George, when they exit their spaceship, we hear Sun Ra's iconic speech on what he called mid-science, which describes how artists can recreate themselves in a place of adversity or oppression. And I'll let you hear to this beautiful speech. Astro-Black mythology as was heavily inspired to ancient Egypt, as well as his art name. And in December 1971, Sun Ra and his illustrious orchestra descended upon Egypt for performances and recording sessions. Having been so deeply influenced by Egyptian mythology since so long, this trip became a journey to the source for Sun Ra. His performance with the orchestra at the pyramids in 1971 is an audio-visual teleportation into Sun Ra's interstellar universe. For Hippolyta's Lovecraft in Lovecraft Country, space offered her a place to reconnect with herself and, like Sun Ra, find a new identity, a way of being. In Afrofuturism, ancient Egypt and Nubia become places of eternal greatness and liberation for Black folks. Ankhs, royal and divine crowns, snakes, and Egyptian gods' faces became the visual aesthetics adopted by Sun Ra, and later by so many other African-American musicians and artists. Music was the bridge to unite past and future. You may say jazz came from the sun priest of Egypt, Sun Ra said once. And in a 1988 interview conducted here at Berkeley, Sun Ra describes the appeal of ancient Egypt as a model for politics in relation to politics in the US. America's just 400 years old and it's shaking and quivering. They had a civilization, the oldest known civilization, ancient Egypt, 5,000 years of precise orderly government. So the world got to go back and see what were they doing? What were they doing to have 5,000 years of precise government, education? And the whole world, it revolves around Egypt, really. For Sun Ra, the fascination for ancient Egypt wasn't just about aesthetics and spirituality, but also about social stability. Ancient Egypt provided Sun Ra with a historical, viable, and culturally powerful alternative to Western culture and its presumptuous politics. As Paul Youngquist wrote in its book, A Pure Solar World, Sun Ra and the Birth of Afrofuturism. And Sun Ra in 1971 served as artist in residence at UC Berkeley and offered the spring semester lecture African American Studies 198, also known as Sun Ra 171, the Black Man in the Universe, or the Black Man in the Cosmos, where he presented idiosyncratic readings of religious texts, including, among others, the ancient Egyptian Book of the Dead. Discussing the influence of ancient Egypt on other jazz musicians of the time and later would require a separate lecture. So here are only a few examples of musicians heavily inspired by ancient Egypt and producing beautiful covers as well for their vinyls, such as the Modern Jazz Quarter, Pharaoh Sanders, or Cecil Taylor Jazz Unit, and Alice Coltrane, beside a beautiful image of Louis Armstrong and his wife in Egypt. Hip hop, reggae, all kind of black music is influenced by aesthetic and symbols of ancient Egypt. Africa Bambata is one among many examples of African American artists feeding themselves on ancient
Hey,
Egypt.
hold on.
And
What if she knew about me? And Casual, oh, he be trying to read the Metaneto on the screen. I'm just playing, but I'm waiting to meet this lady.
I'm very much looking forward to an exhibition currently in preparation and entitled We Were Kings, which will open at the Dutch National Museum of Antiquities in Leiden 2023 and is curated by Daniel Soliman and Anna de Wild. I'm helping also as well to organize the exhibition as a part of the scientific advisory board. And the exhibition will be about the meaning of ancient Egypt in music from the Africa diaspora, from the earliest jazz to the latest hip hop, from Sun Ra to Rihanna. The music will be contextualized and contrasted by objects from the Egyptian collection of the museum, and in an immersive museum experience, the visitor will explore the role that ancient Egypt plays in the lives of a number of people in the African diaspora. And we can't conclude a discourse on Afrofuturism without mentioning the Marvel Comics character of Black Panther and the 2018 American superhero film based on the same story, directed by Ryan Coogler and co-written with Robert Cole, starring the recently passed away Chadwick Boseman as T'Challa, Black Panther. Cole called the film a historical opportunity to depict a Black superhero at a time when African Americans are affirming their identities while dealing with vilification and dehumanization. The film is rooted in the actual cultures of Africa, and there are many possible levels of interpretation of Black Panther in relation to Afrofuturistic trends and ideas of Black liberation. I was intrigued, however, by Lawrence Brown's comparison of Black Panther's story to the Osirian myth and the identification of its characters with Egyptian gods. The Black Panther itself has been seen as a symbol of the feline gods of ancient Egypt, and in particular of Bastet. The film director, Coogler, also revealed in various interviews that the Wakanda Forever salute comes from two different sources: Egyptian pharaohs and sculpture from West Africa, as well as the word love and hug in American Sign Languages. We bury him, T'Challa, we wanted him to experience.
Did she say Egyptian pharaohs and sculptures in West Africa? Dang, we would have been called pseudo for saying that.
He gets buried kind of similar to a lot of poses that you see from statues from the continent, Coogler explains. We kind of got it from the pharaohs and the West African sculpture that you see with the arms fold overs like that. Back from music and movies to literature, I like to briefly read to you the first strophe of a poem of an Auckland-based living American poet and novelist, Ishmael Reed, author of the novel Mambo Jumbo, a satiric deconstruction of Western civilization. Reed has also been a lecturer at UC Berkeley for 30 years, where he became known as a major voice of Black protest against racial and social injustice. His poem, I Am a Cowboy in the Boat of Ra, has many references to the Old West, Egyptian mythology and history, religion, African ritual, and jazz, all leading to the same search for identity that characterizes many other artists mentioned today. I am a cowboy in the boat of Ra, sidewinders in the saloons of fools, beat my forehead like awe. The untrustworthiness of Egyptologists who do not know their trips. Who was that dog-faced man? They asked the day I rode from town. The cowboy as a traditionally lonely figure at the service of Ra, while sidewinders, the rattlesnake in the west, in the saloons of fools, beat his forehead, the seat of knowledge. Then a warning about the untrustworthiness of Egyptologists who do not know their trips, namely their business, their archaeological work. The dog-faced man recalls Anubis, to which the author associates himself. Ancient Egyptian mythology is here mixed with the view on Black understanding of Egypt, the author as Anubis, versus colonial Egyptologists and the untrustworthiness in history. And I like to conclude with a quote from Eric Hornung's informative book, The Secret Lore of Egypt, Its Impact on the West, which at the end also briefly reviews some expression of Afrocentrism. For us, there is no ancient Egyptian culture in and of itself, but only what we make of it. In what way was Adolf Ehrman's view of Egypt more correct than that of Sheikh Anta Diop? To be sure, both these figures belong to the past, but even contemporary Egyptology's view of Egypt, to the extent it can be called a unity, is nothing more than a stage along the way, and there will probably never be a definitive picture. And I think that it is in this light that we need to look at the history of reception of ancient Egypt in Black America by appreciating all the studies, art, and creative efforts made in the last couple of centuries by African Americans to yet provide a new representation of the ancient Egyptian culture, which shouldn't be ignored anymore by Egyptologists, neither reduced to a discussion about race, although the latter remains essential in everyday life in America. And with this, I thank you for your attention. And I would like also to inform everyone that I intend to bring this project on the revaluation.
That was pretty much it. The video is called Ancient Egypt and its Reception in Black America. I think that was Rita. Let me make sure I say her name right. Yeah, Rita Lucarelli. All right. UC Berkeley, RC, North California, April 18, 2021. All right, I'm gonna play this since she was representing Oakland. With all them artists from Oakland. Here go a contribution me and my man made, Moon Amin. We're gonna vibe out to this and then get back into that knowledge. I'm gonna share the Zoom in a minute.
You see the ancient storyteller said, give them a while. In Oakland Hills, the owner of the golden skills, fetch fire out of stones with the stroke of steel, spit fire in the phones and the mic collects it. Once it hits the wire, the word's electric, call it heat. You recognize the properties of fire. I shine the light that gave birth to desire. And through this, often sacrifice a rapper's life to fake, get trapped in the studio and tied to the stage. I'm an elementary element, eloquent vehiculum of the esteemed Elohim. I've been invited to the most gracious places. I've witnessed the greatness of various races. I learned to be evasive of evils that chase us. Identify my features in the pharaoh's faces, son of the creator. Cause yes, I'm creative. Hold off evil spirits with the tongue of the native. The ancient storyteller said, give him a while. I got my legs crossed.
I mean, King Tut. Quick to put them things up. My Nefertiti got a mean strut, respecting, perfect thing, erect dream. So fuck, I care if your next clean. My clean be the next thing. At best, it's still jesting. The X factor, the Excalibur, cultivate fact. I text tractor, get at ya. You and your sacrificial bastards pay homage cause you have to. Yeah, this that's the legendary scripture. Mixture of the 5 elements and lyrically legit so you can get the picture. Hit ya, physically fit fixture, articulate great by you settle. My level never take like
It's the elements behind the fine dreams. What I say make you turn on your high beams.
So never second guess.
Finesse is effortless.
Recline you with the rhyme kings. This is Smash
Rhyme schemes. These the elements behind the fine dreams.
What I see make you turn on your high beams.
So never
never second guess. Finesse is effortless. Recline you with the rhyme kings. This is Smash Moonshine.
Yes, 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 and that's one of the reasons why this is one of the best shows popping on YouTube right now. All right, let me open up a Zoom. So what's the reception in Black America? It was the you thought she was gonna be like, they hella pseudo. They be saying all kind of pseudo stuff. She just was like, nah, man. The reception has not been negative, right? And it ain't a bad thing.
Recording in progress.
Man, they do that every time. I gotta turn that thing off. I cannot do that no more. Oh, I left me. Divine dreams. End of the meeting.
Recording in progress.
Got it. Kick out that person. Remove.
Recording stopped.
Do. All right, they got an invite link. Let me find the chat. YouTube. We're gonna get some we're gonna talk about Nubia on Side of the TV next week. Let's get that popping. Where is this video at? Here we go. Why don't y'all click the link and let's build and have some discussions. Here we go. Yo, and I'm sitting here, I need to let me put up this book link. Anybody still trying to get that Black Like Osiris, the signed edition? We set it up the right way. Let me see. And I'm gonna play another song that see this. I'm underground though, even with my reception. Like, I wish she knew about this song right here. I'm gonna make everybody aware of this stuff. But all right, I'm gonna share the link. I hope I just shared it, and then I'm gonna play one more song because this is Do a Ra, and people used to like this. Check it out.
Hip hop shit. You feel me? Yeah. New carton that I kept a rule, man, tap my try never cock count.
See, that's why I used to play with it like that.
Never I buy a new session. Say my heart is happy. Never I buy a new session. That I write for God.
Old school.
They say my heart is happy. And I praise God every day. A new tefek. Earth to honor, I'm Keparu Ma'asra. I'm in a tep, never cock him. M. Shenu,
Pasara Nasubidi.
He too witty, never mental. I'm Keparu, Sugan at the root. To a Rasa, Jedi. I'm doing the 10 the fair. Yeah, Jedi, Ray and Kim the fair.
Y'all didn't know that was a word?
Key Ray, Makaru. Directly to the center of the cipher of the soul.
I don't really know how to say that though.
It go Aria.
I probably know how to say that now.
Immasar, Imra, Harati, Ta Ankh, my Ankh Jet, Tuara, Neb, Heru, Jedi, Ankh Keparu, Tuara, M Jet, Ankh, Wasaneb, Tuara, Neb, Dirk, Newton, Gil, Tuara, M Dahudi, and my
Saneb, Anouk, Nefa, Earth to Aneta. Yeah, that's all shit slap.
Say my heart is happy. That I write for God. They say my heart is happy. I praise God every day.
You can tap that. Earth to let the unkept room I try. I'm in a club, never cock him, Rena, him Shinu, Pasara, Nasubidi, he too witty, never, ooh. I'll bust that on the pharaohs. They gonna start grooving in the afterlife. Y'all got it fucked up. It's cool all over the universe, any time period, what y'all want to do, man. Slap me in the history. Y'all not even gonna get it in. That's the problem. I'll take you to a time machine, it's a wrap. Soon as you get to Egypt, you're gonna be lost. You're gonna see all black people and say, oh, where am I at? What's up with Zoom music?
What up, fam?
What's up with it?
Hey, Jonathan, I was gonna say to you, man, when you was reading that, it was a spot you got to where you was talking about the moisture. And then it was a spot. Oh, also, I was noticing this just real quick. I seen she put up that picture of Theo
Hold on. What you say? Hold on.
Okay.
Let me. I need people to see what you're showing, so let me stop sharing the screen. So go ahead.
Okay. I was saying she put up this picture right here. Remember?
Mm-hmm.
This was a Theophilo Binga's book next to, I think, John Polion.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I was just saying, I was just noticing that. But it was something in there that you had said. You had said the moisture. And then you had read and you said, like the warmth of the heart. Remember when you talked about that part?
Mm-hmm.
Well, right under it, it said something about like the people of that dwell in the South or something specific.
Well, it says something inhabited closed off that is closed off at the bottom, like the southern portions of the earth or whatever. Yeah,
that part. And I'm like, who lives down on in those people's context at that time? They wasn't all over here in South America. It was like South Africa.
Mm-hmm.
So that means more black. I'm just saying.
Well, I mean, he said clearly Osiris was dark and they didn't like to associate it with reddish people. So I don't know what that's all about. Yeah. I didn't say it. He said it. Yeah. I'm just showing the text. I'm kind of reddish. So I'm like, huh? Hold on. You feel me? Like, I mean, we dark, but I see some red on your hue too. So I'm like, hold on. Like, so they been redder than us though, but they like, nah, it was dark. The way they painting it, like he was like, bliggity black. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
if they didn't like to associate with red people. Man, what he meant by that? What color was he? He was Plutarch. What color did he consider himself? I wonder too. That's relevant to everything too.
Yeah.
Was he one of the red people he was talking about?
Good question. Good question. Hey, you see my little what they call airplane art up top?
Yes, sir. That's nice. James, you in the building? I thought I had seen James. Oh yeah, he ain't got his mic right though.
I just snatched that up too, young.
Oh, that's nice.
You see it?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, snatched him up.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, man, that was a good bill. That really caught me though. A lot of people didn't pay attention to when you was talking about the Southern. I mean, at that time, who else was in the South?
I feel you. I mean, what can I say?
So far, I'm right here. Every weekend I go out read me a chapter. So I start chapter 2 this weekend, Sunday, when I watch.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. That's what's up. I appreciate you got that thing.
Oh, for sure.
I mean, we gonna get, and you ain't gotta go. You can pick the chapter you want. It ain't like you gotta go one after another, but you can. It's a short read. That book could be read in one day. It's people, depending on the time people got.
Yes, I got you.
James, you on? Or are you still on mute? All right, that's cool.
Yeah, what's the deal? I had to roll in there, go grab some real.
Oh, it's all good.
Down.
It's all good. No.
Oh man.
What's up, young James?
What's happening with you, Neil? I was just checking out that some interesting comments that she had. So what's going on with her? Like she's somewhere in your area, Smash? I hear you.
Oh yeah. Well, when she was doing that video, she was, and they have another portion. Her and another Egyptologist. I want to show it where they talking about, man, why we can't find the black people who study in Kemet. Like they frustrated. You feel me, amongst themselves. Like, man, what's going on? Like, I thought that it would be out here. She was basically like, when we came here, that's what we looking for. They flew from overseas.
Yes, probably it wasn't sent out properly or something.
No, she just talking about like in the whole community. She's like, where do I go to find the people who own it like that?
Yeah, I'm just saying, but maybe if they would have sent it out maybe to the right people, they would have got a better response because, you know, there's some people that's interested in it, but I mean, we just not hearing about it this and the whole year later.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Wow.
you know what? That was 2023, right?
No, that was even earlier than that. I
See what
want
I'm
to know
saying?
where can I find that dialogue, what she was
Yeah,
saying.
so we hold on. See, there we go. That's the D.
Let me see. Yeah, but we read it once. Let's see what her name is. Here we go. I'm gonna try to see if I can find this other video where she was saying certain stuff.
Good afternoon, everyone,
this.
and
I think
welcome.
this the one where
Today's speaker at Afrofuturism, Professor Lucarelli, and
You will have a chance to go. It's wonderful.
All right, I'm just gonna
good
listen to what she said at the
afternoon,
beginning of
everyone,
this
and
because I
welcome.
remember hearing her
Today's speaker
saying where
at
everybody
UC
at. I'm gonna see
Berkeley's
if I can
Dosher
find it. Hold
Lifelong
on.
Learning Institute is Dr. Lucarelli.
Hold
Dr.
on, let me see.
Lucarelli is an associate professor of Egyptology in the Department of Middle Eastern Languages and Culture. She is also the faculty curator of Egyptology at the Phoebe A. Hearst Museum of Anthropology and a fellow of the Digital Humanities at UC Berkeley. She's presently working with 3D models of ancient Egyptian coffins and the Book of the Dead. She's also completing a new monograph on demonology in ancient Egypt. Her teaching and research in ancient Egypt is about bringing it into the contemporary world. And most recently, she began to talk about ancient Egypt in its relationship to Afrofuturism. I'm also delighted to say the other connection with us is that Rita teaches courses of Egyptology, interdisciplinary writing, comparative literature at San Quentin State Prison through the Mount Tamalpais College. Professor Lucarelli, thank you for joining us today. And we will take questions from everyone in the chat room after your presentation, and the floor is now all yours.
Thank you, Susan, for these kind presentations. And hi, everyone. Nice to meet you virtually, at least for now. I'm happy today to present to you about religion in ancient Egypt, and this is in connection to the excellent exhibition currently at the Young Museum. Probably some of you already been through the exhibition. We can talk about that later if any of you has been there. I'll show you a lot of images of highlights from the exhibition. If you didn't yet, I hope you will have a chance to go. It's a wonderful exhibition, and many aspects of life at the time of Ramses the Great are highlighted in the exhibition, but special importance is given indeed to religious practices. Why? Because religion was very important in the daily life of the
I'm not about to watch this. I
So
thought her commentary was
today
going to be something
I
I want
thought
y'all
to
to hear.
start with admiring God who
Let me see
offering
if
to
she
the
said it at
God,
the
the
end.
Pharaoh.
Talk to the Ali YouTube site after we're able to caption it. February 4th, and especially Professor, after
But anyway,
we're able to.
I was just trying to show her and this other woman talking about why ain't nobody studying this like this over there. But it's all good. What's up, though? I ain't trying to filibuster with that. Oh, let me, I guess your screen, what's the gallery?
Did it go off?
Oh, yeah, I turned
No,
that
he
off
pulling it.
because
Somebody messing with it.
she didn't say what.
No, that's
that was.
Smash. That's the only person that could be messing with.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
My bad. Y'all couldn't hear me. Only YouTube could hear me. She didn't say what. That wasn't the video that I thought it was.
Now hold on, Smash. If you look in the back chat, Sadiq wanted you to play this video here.
Okay.
I think it's something that you may have been looking for.
That's cool.
From the last video. So
right.
Also in.
Oh damn! I never seen this. Hell no. What? Oh, put hands on them, y'all. Let's stop. She better say something about Smash. She don't know though. She don't know when I call her though. Let me share the screen. Damn, Dick, you be doing research. Look at this. Man, that's what I told y'all, bro. Stop playing, man.
Nothing.
So we really,
Okay.
all right. Let's just stop playing for a quick cold minute. I hate doing this though, James, because they make it seem like I'm on some other shit, right? But the real route, what's the real route into getting into there and then say, look, we got a reason for y'all to really come and let's have this symposium. She already telling you right here. Watch this. Let's see. I don't even know what she's going to say, but let's see.
Yes, welcome today. My name is Rita Lucarelli, for those of you who don't know me yet. And I'm an associate professor of Egyptology at the Department of Middle Eastern Languages and Cultures at UC Berkeley. My specialties are the study of the ancient Egyptian religion, magical text, demonology, and also the application of digital humanities in the study of ancient Egypt.
We about to go
as well
kick
as the,
it. See, we ain't even about to, I ain't hitting her on no, hi, I am gonna, man, please, we out. Feel me? Rap God coming through, be there in a minute.
she said, for those of you who don't know me yet. So
I
she
don't know
must.
yet, but I'm about to make her acquaintance.
reception of the ancient Egyptian culture and religion in modern times. And here I want to share, first of all, my screen. Let's hope this work.
Don't tell me she started with us, though. If she started with us,
Get ready for the pause button.
All right, she came second. We third. Look. Oh my gosh, they messed that up. So when you gonna be in the presentation of an Egyptologist for
Past
anything?
into the future, Afrofuturism. What happened?
She coming.
A word.
Yes.
Afrofuturism and ancient Egypt.
Oh, that's ugly.
John, can you switch off the light?
James, what's going on, bro?
I don't know. We finna find out.
Okay.
She doing a presentation?
Bro, why we on her third slide, bro?
Wow.
So I should share.
And never was informed on it. Never knew.
As usual.
I'm about to chase them down so quick to talk about this, Kimmy.
I should share the desktop, or should I do just?
Oh, so she getting it together right now.
Yeah, I can fast forward.
This is wild out.
Wow, bro.
Yeah, I can't wait to just.
I don't even want to fast forward. I just got to see everything.
And now
she might drop a lug in passing. Yes, he be.
You know, you can start this off by jumping in the comment on the video.
I mean, I'm about to hear that.
That's one of the ways you got to get it in.
No, I got her. Her email public.
Okay.
Right. Yeah, I know. I'm just saying you can still jump in.
When I moved to the East Bay in 2014 from Germany, from Europe, I started working in this beautiful campus of UC Berkeley. I was so glad to be seeing motifs and signs about ancient Egypt a bit everywhere in the streets of Berkeley, Oakland, through the beautiful graffiti art coloring the city, the different cities around here. Also in the sound of local musicians in the festival where they were playing.
Hold on.
I love the local.
Holy smoke!
Hold on, guess what she just
you
said?
got on the hoodie I gave you. I ain't know.
Wait, hold up.
Now, full circle,
hey, Jonathan,
James. Look.
That's how she got your shirt.
Hold on. Everything cracking right now.
Okay.
Who on the wrong side of history? Not
it ain't
me.
us.
You see it right there?
Pan-African
Pan-African James hoodie right on the screen.
I done made the cut. That's crazy.
You done made the cut.
Wow.
Hand
Appreciate
African
you,
James
Smash.
hoodie right on the screen.
Yo,
The
appreciate you,
Egyptological.
Smash.
Where y'all at,
I
bro?
have made history.
Hold on, I gotta stop this
Word.
because she
This
said this
I
is the
got
thing.
tears
Y'all
in
want to
my
hear what
eyes,
she
bro.
said.
Yo, I
Nah,
really got
they
tears.
they gonna
No,
say this
Smash,
ain't
I got
history.
tears in my eyes right now for real,
All
bro.
right.
This is why. This is crazy.
We didn't even know, dude. That's hands, huh?
Hey, we was watching it earlier, and she had on your shirt. You remember when you?
That's when I
you blew
first
it up.
picked
You
game.
That's the same
Yep,
lady?
yeah.
Oh, she right in the mix.
That's what I'm saying. I ain't even tripping.
Wow.
We about to see what's up with Kevin. Y'all done messed up now. We'll talk about
The
Kevin later
ancestors
after
is
this
at
hip-hop.
work.
So she got this on her third slide, huh? So where we gonna have this conference at?
I wonder where she at now. You think she
I
probably
don't
slid
care. It
back
don't
to
matter.
Germany?
This is gonna be worldwide. They're gonna come from all over if we do it right.
Mm-hmm.
What if we do it in Panama at my partner hotel? Ooh, that'd kill him. But I'm just thinking. I'm just talking. I ain't never been there.
I wonder, you know, they got but like I say, I think they got a certain thing they can't probably have conversations about. So I don't know how this
Oh
gonna
hell
go.
no, you crazy.
You think so?
You crazy. We about to do the whole new. See, this is what's happening. They're waiting for somebody to do the new thing with scholarship, just like they doing with boxing and everything. Like I'm a Jake Paul they ass. You feel me? I'm Jake
Yeah,
Paul.
they do see. So basically, hold on, slow down. I gotta see what I'm thinking.
For
So,
sure,
you know,
that's
I
the
remember
goal.
what I remember.
You feel me? You feel me?
Like
Jake
okay,
Paul,
when
I'm about to Jake Paul they ass. Watch
hold
all
up,
of
Dion
them.
pushed the button. He moved the needle, and now they didn't caught up to Dion.
Yes.
So now you could be the next needle mover.
Bro, it's over. I'm tired of I'm tired of fighting with these little dudes.
Yo, that's crazy, man. You could be the next Dion.
Hey, look, I'm
To
about
move
to
the needle
go
all the way
and
to
knock
them
down
go
the
ahead.
Egyptologists one by one.
But
on
this is
Jake
showing
Paul
how you
stage.
grow, how you grew, Smash. If you notice, this is how your growth is going.
What's up, P?
Yeah, moving past that, and yeah, I like this new way. The new way is going. If it can go this way, that'll be nice because if I was a betting man, if I had to bet $100, I'd put my 100 on you, Smash.
Oh, man, you know I'm gonna come up.
Hey,
out
Well,
that
business.
thing.
I mean,
You know
if
I'm
you
coming up out
would
that
get
thing
if I had $100 to bet, I'm putting my 100 on
See,
you.
this is what's happening, bro. It ain't
That's
been
word.
nothing. I'm trying to say it sounds so egotistical, but when we was watching that video about experts, it's not about that. And I was doing that on purpose. What I'm trying to show in the video is dude was like, it ain't about no credentials from nowhere. It's about the way the brain works, right? So let's just say, when y'all play the sticks, was y'all the dude getting beat at Madden all the time? I was the one no one could ever beat. Dude, I'm
You
just trying
already
to say, go to Tekken. Let's go to Tekken. You know how hard it is to do a 13-move combo? How much deliberate practice would you put in on the sticks? Now, this is a real way to assess people now because we got sports scholarships in college. All right? And now the sports professors is going to be talking like this. Like this is applicable in other places in life. That's why when I see my youth wanting to play the sticks, I don't never shut them down because it's going to give them problem solving skills and other type of things. But what I always lend to is when you did pick up any type of artificial intelligence, did you start with the easiest mode or the hardest mode? These are all
always start
personality
all
traits.
Madden.
Exactly. These are all personality traits and the way that we prefer certain things. It's like we could be tested by things that seem trivial, which actually reveal certain things. And so, I don't know.
Hey, you gonna be the next Jake Paul? You said that makes sense.
Oh, no, we're going to
man.
Jake Paul in one time. I'm going to set it
Kill
up
him.
just like Jake Paul. But, you know, so it got to be basically they're not getting no money in their arena for being no Egyptologist, right? So if you just got something like, what, I got 10 grand, you can't disprove this right now in a debate. Now, you think they got an offer better than that? A 1-hour debate where if you win, you get the bread? They not about to disprove these sources. Ain't no way to do it.
Yeah, but yeah, see, and it looks like you got a lot of young people coming on the scene that's willing to try to make a name for themselves. That's what I'm seeing. It's a young, fresh Egyptologist that's looking for, because even we was on a conference listening to some lady, and she was saying that they needed other people that had fresh ideas and I was like, that's interesting. She was saying even if they wasn't Egyptologists, that they welcome to have a discussion. So she said it. I forget what her name was.
None of them gonna be better than Wu and Asar. We train with the best. You think they about to? That's what I'm trying to tell you. You think they gonna be able to do something more than they was doing?
Man, that 10 G's gonna bait them right in. 10 G's gonna bait them right in, and Jonathan's gonna cook them every time. It's gonna be
every time.
It's gonna be a whole new gender on TV. Watch, see?
That's crazy.
Let me see.
People gonna be tuning in for real. Watch.
I can't wait to get some responses. Yeah, but what this showed me is, I'm now that is a route, because what we're talking about is even offering opportunity that isn't there. That's what Jake Paul did, right? He really started offering opportunity to fighters who didn't really, and then he'd just come in and knock them out, because they wasn't ready no more. Unless you call it staged or whatever, this ain't gonna be staged though.
Yeah, but these people, if anything, he's fighting amateurs. At some point, maybe an older fighters, but these people are professional.
But this is a liberation fight.
You're not a professional.
A fight for our liberation.
Well, I mean, I don't know about all that, but if some see it that way, then I would be happy to accept
they would be looking at them as the professional versus you as an amateur.
Yeah, exactly. Just a YouTuber, and they supposed to crush the YouTuber hella easy because they are PhD.
Yeah, it's just like a magician back in them ancient kingdoms.
I know if they do any homework, I don't think they're gonna take up the challenge.
But how? I mean, it need to be.
They would have to really be lame.
Well, that'll work itself out. But let's actually hear what she says, though. Let's see.
Working in this beautiful campus of UC Berkeley, I was so glad to be seeing motifs and signs about ancient Egypt a bit everywhere in the streets of Berkeley, Oakland, through the beautiful graffiti art coloring the city, the different cities around here. Also in the sound of local musicians in the festival where they were playing. I love the local band of the Hieroglyphics. If you don't know them, check them out. Really great music. But also in the architecture of the movie theaters.
Because what she said was, at the festival, y'all heard that?
Yes.
Where they playing, that's Hiero Day. So it's hella funny though, because the whole time, this is really full circle that now we got Egyptologists who then came to Hiero Day, right? Wow. Also looking for some metal netter up there, didn't even know that Smash was walking around. She was so close.
Wow.
To finding what she was looking for though. She was hot in the right place. We just didn't cross paths.
Hey, Smash, it reminds me of
Smash. What's all this on the screen right here?
Hey, James.
Just Oakland.
It reminds me of the movie Black Panther, where dude was like, it's right there. Wakanda's right there.
So what is that? Okay, what is the Grand Lake? What is that?
That's a theater down on Lakeshore, but let's let her say it.
Grand Lake Theater in Oakland is basically a journey. Going there is a journey in ancient Egypt as well. And in the art of local artists inspired by the extremely powerful visuals of the ancient Egyptian culture. And you will recognize the art on the screen is similar to the one that is decorating this room. And we have the artists here, but I will go back on Dorandada and this art soon. And most of this art production originates from Black creativity and knowledge, and it goes beyond what we used to call Egyptomania when referring to the fascination of ancient Egypt in the modern world, and which generally refers to the European and Western art, Western way to admire, interact, as well as to claim ancient Egypt. The inspiration that ancient Egypt and Nubia have provided to Black visual art is an integral part of the cultural and intellectual life of people from the Black diaspora, and needs to be recognized in the Egyptological world, which for too long has been focused solely on the Western reception of this culture, dismissing important voices of intellectuals and artists who have instead greatly contributed to keep ancient Egypt, its worldview, system of knowledge, and art alive today.
All right, cool. I'm gonna just stop playing that because it's just crazy. But yeah, we could watch it forever. Peace to Shamsu.
We need the link. I could put the link in the chat for everybody so they can watch it on their own.
Yes.
Beautiful. I like that.
She said you keeping that stuff alive, Smash. Remember that.
She said that? Dang, that's crazy. You know what? I mean, that just feels really good. I can't even front. Like, dang. That was a wonderful
y'all been
surprise.
doing it since what, 92?
But the cold part is I seen this video before, and I never seen that. I only seen the second part, I think.
How you missed the first part of the video?
I don't know how that went down, Jay.
Probably was on the phone or something.
He missed the whole important
part. I mean, they had us right there. You know how long I would have whipped that out ago?
Right. Yeah, I already know you better smash that.
What?
Too.
The experts.
Smash. The experts out there saying Smash Rockwell crew hieroglyphics is keeping this information alive.
Well,
and they can't say that.
I don't understand if she even know that we on this front right here. At least I am, and this, what I'm doing over here ain't really completely associated with everything we've done in hip hop. It's just another tree branch. Like trees that grow new leaves, you know what I'm saying? I was inspired by I see that Madjai shirt. That's what I seen. Wow.
I'm more interested in her story now. She said she came from Germany.
Are we gonna get her on the show so
fast? 2014.
Man, she about to be.
She got it. She said she got embedded.
Right there.
She said she got embedded in the culture of the Bay.
Man, I might get a hit back before the show.
That was crazy. And then she said she started to go. I don't know how she had. I'm over here thinking to myself, she had to been riding around to see all of this stuff.
No, she was at High is what she just said. So
I'm talking about she know about the theater. She knew about graffiti and going out throughout the city. I don't know how she accumulated all this stuff.
Smash, you gotta have her. You gotta have her acquaint herself with some of your works. Like even Kim on Trial. Let her see how you get out.
I ain't tripping. She's just looking at the hieroglyphs. So here's the thing. It's better to me not to tell nobody what you know, just to show them.
Mm-hmm.
You feel me? So in a conversation, I don't be hitting these Egyptologists like, hi, I do this, hi, I do that. I just write it in the emails. They already be like, this motherfucker know what he's talking about. Like if I say I could cite to you Neon Pepe the Kim, also Sabi the Black from a rock inscription found in the Sinai, I would rather that's how you create mystique.
Yeah, that's true.
They like, damn, who am I dealing with?
Because she said she when she ran her credentials, she had certain things that she was talking about, some mythology, and she numbered off a couple of things.
Yeah.
But I wondered, does she know how to read the meta nature?
But you think you don't think that she know that you know that Smash? That she I
don't think she does. I think she just think he a rapper.
Yeah,
you think that they just using? Do you think that they thinking that you're just using a hieroglyphics name? I mean the wording.
I mean, she didn't give no indication that she know we got some studies into it.
Well, wait a minute, y'all music kind of invoked that a little bit, right?
A little bit, but
Yeah, but it ain't just straight out all the way. So so she just
more shallow.
A rapper that just maybe has an infinity, or they're a rap group that's has an infinity for hieroglyphics.
I guarantee if she'd go just a little bit deeper, I mean, obviously she will find out.
She's gonna find out.
Let her hit that Kim on Trial.
Just all right.
How detailed are the?
Just a minute. Just give us.
How detailed are the lyrics?
What you mean?
Smash means because I ain't listen to a lot of hieroglyphics like that, but it seems like she listens. So like.
It's just
does
cool.
it get?
It's more about bars, bro. But it don't be no negativity shit. We got a few songs on there that we actually going there, but we felt like that wouldn't be well received. So
Yeah,
Right,
so
right.
your
Through
personal
come
project,
across, yeah.
your
I
personal
could play one
projects, you
now.
go a little bit
are you-
deeper.
huh?
Oh, I'm just asking on. It seemed like that last song you just played where you was kind of like playing with the meta nature in your rap. That's just on your personal
Yeah,
project.
because I can't,
Yeah. I got
those
it.
albums
Yeah, I
gotta
got
sell
it.
more. My personal is more creative. Like I don't
Right.
get paid as good as my personal as I get as a member.
I
Wardrobe
think I need
is
to
my
put
best
a playlist
friend.
together because you be jamming some stuff I like, man. If I
I'm
put
about to
it
play
together,
one right now. Let me see. Probably you never heard, and it's gonna
Hey,
be.
cause look,
It's gonna show how you really merge the music with the. First, I'm gonna share this book for the people because obviously sitting here, we need to be getting it right. So if anybody want to support this, right, I'm gonna give you a chance. What this is a link to the signed copy of the book, but it's going through Bandcamp instead of the Cash App because it makes people feel more secure. So I just uploaded it to Bandcamp, and let me see. And here's the link. I'll show how you really merge for those supporters who like, man, how can I help? That's how you can help. Cop that book right there. Wow. That's the signed copy, but if you need it cheap, you can get it as cheap as $9.99 right on Kindle on Amazon. So don't even trip. That's for supporters who trying to make it pop. All right.
Now,
What's up?
Now, Pan African James just was dropping the same thing I've been asking for a minute now.
What's that?
I needed to go ahead and put on Bandcamp that your underground Kemet rap.
All right, I am, but I'm waiting for more people. I think cats don't be taking me seriously or don't want to fuck with me. Like, I don't know. I definitely know that's not the case. So I think they just don't take it serious when I be like, send me some of y'all bars so I can put it on this Black Like Osiris album. I mean, I know we can work it all out with one piece of paperwork, so that's the easy part. But I could do it all the rapping myself too. But I'm gonna do probably like what I did on Instagram because I put up one song and told people to do the second verse, and hella people had put up a second verse. Even the Grouch had did one, and that's how me and him started working on the album together. Yeah.
Well, make sure you holler at Redman since you was.
Oh,
since
you know,
he was...
I do gotta holler at Red because he said, "Well, I ain't on this record," but not on that album though.
No,
I'm not. That'll be like
5%.
If somebody like that, you gotta go to somebody who be talking about that stuff.
Right.
Red not. I don't think Red.
Who could you go?
You should do it on that.
Go get the God, Rock
Afro
him.
beat. At least one song on the Afro beat.
Go get the God, Rock him.
I mean,
holla at Saw Rock too.
That's
maybe.
not an easy go get. Like,
go get Brother Jay from X Clan.
Go get Jay.
Right.
What
about Brother Jay from X Clan? He out here.
I'm gonna play this tune with me and Madjai and see if, I mean, you know, it just be interlaced with that stuff. But if you go too hard on the terminology and stuff, then people ain't gonna get it. But those people who into it, they gonna hear all the lugs you dropping is that's what you dropping. Check it out. Y'all hear that right there? Yeah, we hear. All right. This me and Madjai, Highwell Crew.
That's what we need, man. That's what we do too, you know what I mean? We bring what hip hop need, you know what I mean? We listen, we find what is missing, and we manifest that. That's right. You know what I mean? Casual beats by the left. Beats by the left. Beats by the left. 1, 2, 1, 2. Sun Tzu, Kung Fu, run through one food. Come through, gun new with belligerent dumb crew. Never act a niggerish fact, kill the gibberish. Comedic aesthetics for pathetic genetics. My shivery delivery kills the negativity. I'm cold as dry ice. See, God broke the mold, said he never would try twice. Still sign a deal if I get my price. And make a quick meal, shrimp fried rice. Get 5 mics, it's casual, baby. You can see me smile after you pay me. When they hate me, that's cause they ain't me. Yeah, they ain't me, that's who they can't be. I make money, the money don't make me. We stick and move in the streets to stay free. When they hate me,
now, we ain't even rapping about no camera or nothing, but if you listen hard, you gonna hear it all up in the verses.
The money don't make me. We stick and move in the streets to stay free. More jewels than Tutankhamun, but I'm rhyming laser sharp lyrics that cut out diamonds. You wanna be hard, you need something to solidify ya, but you keep blowing air like a humidifier. You been a liar. Last time you seen a gangster, you was at the station trying to identify him. Trying to be hard, I meant they soft. I bless you in a fresh new kente cloth and an African medallion, red, black, and green in it. The city I'm seen in it. 6'7" Chevelle, yeah, your boy leaning it. Nephew and the queen looking clean in it. She had chef suit. When they hate me, that's 'cause they ain't me. Yeah, they ain't me. That's who they can't be. I make money, the money don't make me. We stick and move in the streets to stay free. When they hate me, that's 'cause they ain't me. Yeah, they ain't me, that's who they can't be. I make money, the money don't make me. We stick and move in the streets to stay free.
Dollars, centavos, everybody ballin', let the loud mouths call it. Be quiet, retarded, trying to avoid an audit. Off in this bitch rotted, the grizzly get applauded in the back office. Backwards offered or back of office. My niggas is black mamas, bonkers, they black minders. Shake noggers in places the fakes ain't conquered. Side knockers get face and vacate on them. Stay pumping, pop the hustle in my hemoglobin. Take up in spots, your buses wouldn't dream of going. Break ducks on plots and get to crap dusting. Trust me, the structure larger than just ducats. So do you, cause you cuss when they hate me. That's 'cause they hate.
See, you know, so they just say it's conscious. Like my man was like, what y'all be rapping about? Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like rap stuff, but it be interlaced with like, you know.
Yeah, check it out. The reason why I'd asked is because seemingly she's a fan, right? So I'm thinking she been listening. She had to have been listening to the albums or some of the songs at some point. And she probably even used it to help herself learn English, right? So I was thinking like, how granular do you get on the songs to determine possibly if she has some sort of insight as to how, you know, how much knowledge you actually have on this, you know? You get what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, if we go that route, so I would have to show. I wouldn't expect her to know, be able to know that, but I do got albums like that too. Like I don't always like to go all the way there because these is my projects that don't help me feed my family. You know what I'm saying? Like I got videos with 1 million views, and then they doing stuff. Then I got videos with 10 views, and that's when they be talking about the stuff I want to talk about. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like
you already know you finna lose. Anytime you get like that granular about, you gonna lose like a lot. You already know how that go.
But what I'm saying
is,
go ahead.
Okay. No, what I'm saying is, because I don't know if she listened to your personal stuff, but we pretty much have confirmation that she listened to the hieroglyphic stuff.
Bro, she got on a Hyro shirt and she showed that in her presentation. Now think about it.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
I have an album. I got an album where this is the cover. This Burning Ankh. That's one of my covers. So it's a high probability that if she even came across this artwork, we definitely know she was lured to that to see why I got that Burning Ankh on that cover. And so
I'm saying, do you think there's anything in the hieroglyphics music that would give her the indication that you have more than just surface knowledge of the subject matter? That's what I'm saying.
Unless she's looking into us as individual artists.
Okay.
Because on the Hyro albums, we really be just focused on make sure, you know, we got bars.
But see, that song right there got casual of the hieroglyphics. So if she,
that's what I'm trying to say. That's
she could have came to this and discovered this through that.
Well, in any regard, I would love to put these real scholars up on some of this other art that is trying to go exactly what Haskell was saying. Like I went too far with this one. That's why in 11 years it only got 2,800 views. But let's listen to it, if y'all don't mind, and see if this is like overkill. I was actually writing the rap as Manito. Like, I was like, all right, y'all want to go in? I'm just going to be Manito. So everything y'all hearing me say is not Casual saying it. It's Manito saying it. Watch this.
You do it way too much,
Yeah, I did way too much. That's why nobody wanted to hear it. But it's actually slap. And I even called it that, so don't even trip. I know what's going on. Listen.
Here Casual go again with another tweet about some knowledge, man. Hey, why don't you kick that knowledge on a record, man? You scared or something? Come on, man. What's up?
If I started kicking knowledge, it'll probably be finito, cause I know the history as it was given by Manito. Ptolemy, the first hotel, Philadelphia. One of them clowns asked me to do the history of Kemet, so I wrote that down. I broke that down. I penned it in Greek so the freaks could read. They couldn't match the melanated frequency, but he bothered me and asked me to read the glyphs, so I bothered him.
You mean you son?
Yep, I told him the history, and here we go. I said 36,000 years ago, it was the Zep Tepi. The first time, it was the god named Ptah. The Greeks call him Hephaestus, but really he's a deification of the Twa. Ptah was infinite.
Hold on, though. So I am a neat, though, but here go the second note. If you just, I wrote this rap in a way that if some kids just remember the rap, then they will know the Zep Tepi by heart. And so with certain instances in my life, if I really want to dedicate them to my memory, I would write a rap. So when I start talking about it was the god named Ptah, the Greeks call him Hephaestus, but really he's a deification of the Twa. Ptah was infinite. That means the first man had been here forever. After Ptah was Atum Ra, who ruled for 1,000 years. See, this here, that knowledge I ain't trying to hear. And so all a kid got to do is remember that, and he know the whole history. And I'm going to keep going, but I didn't mean to stop, but yeah.
1,000 years ago, it was the Zep Tepi. The first time, it was the god named Ptah. The Greeks call him Hephaestus, but really he's a deification of the Twa. Ptah was infinite. The first man had been here forever. After Ptah was Atum Ra, who ruled for 1,000 years. See this here, that knowledge I ain't trying to hear. See this here, that knowledge I ain't trying to hear. So I ain't trying to go there.
Oh, what you mean you ain't trying to go there? Come on, man. You tripping. Listen, you need to drop that knowledge, man. I think people need to hear that, man. I need to hear that, man. Come on, we need that. Hey, yo, it's time to continue. What's next?
Next for shoe. Let's go in, let's begin. Seeing Medu Netta, shoe means the win. And Medu Netta, that's that ancient tongue. I've been outdoing you dudes. Face it, young. I never get in arguments on whether Egypt was black, cause on the real, yo, we founded that. 999,000 raps, I'm like the SPCA. Jay, I'm housing cats, arousing your spouse about her blouse. In fact, my ladies get up, they stand up on the couch and clap. It's entertaining, don't mean to get off track, but my energy was telling me to just relax and bless the track. Dynasty 1, founded by Mena, but when it comes to Kemet, Mena's not the beginning. You wouldn't know how to receive a sacred gift, cause you're faker than that Hebrew creation myth. Adam and Eve, please, Adam and thieves. I'm adept, you're inept, you're inadequate, leave. You can measure me to see that the distance between us is longer than a day on Venus. You'll spend 43 days bombarded by sound waves, and the next 200 you're running.
Hold up, no, hey, don't give them no,
so
don't give them no.
That just be a fun expression.
Man, that shit is just stupid, man. I mean, hold up. See, that's one of them cuts. I need.
It wasn't as bad as I thought it was gonna be, though.
It wasn't. That's jamming.
It wasn't over the. It wasn't like super over the top like that. It was. I feel like
it really is if you listen to what he's saying.
Yeah, it is. But I think he did a good job to where somebody who's like not initiated, they would still have something they could appreciate.
Yeah, and that's why we need that music in the mainstream, because Jonathan knows how to craft it so that everybody would like it.
Yeah, man.
Well,
you have to have a.
I don't know about the mainstream, but I think one thing I think is Solange needs to re-sing Shaka Amo's song. I want to make that happen. That'll go up. If Solange re-sung Shaka Amo's Blackland song, he'll get his issue. I need to get her to hear that.
You trying to say Shaka can't sing?
No, I'm trying to say sometimes you're a better songwriter than you are a performing artist.
I'm being messy, man. Ignore me, dog.
But I just tried to phrase it the right way.
Yeah, he could get his writers from it, though.
Yeah, he get paid. The person writing get the most bread. Yeah, she just be performing.
It would be a hit.
It'll be a cover at this point because he already released it. So you don't even need his. He don't even read his permission like that. All she gotta do is hear it and want to sing it and know it need a new beat. I'm telling you, that'll go slapping.
Jonathan, you thinking Solange over Beyonce?
Yeah, Solange. Beyonce ain't got that Blackland Egypt vibe. That's Solange's vibe. That's Solange's vibe. Okay. You gotta hear her music. She on that. She on that like that. You feel me?
Oh, okay.
I think Solange got better pipes too.
Ooh. Ooh, that's, I don't know. Now you starting a conversation.
I think my cousin Jenny Aiko could do it. Janae.
Oh, well, I don't know. Somebody that, well, hey, I don't know.
Yo, he said, I think my cousin.
I ain't mad at that.
Yeah, we got some talent around here though. So
I was just
sleep on
emailing her. I'm tripping. I ain't gonna forget. Let me get this email pop. We chilling though, man. I mean, it's cool. I ain't even mad. So I guess I'm gonna put some of this stuff back on the screen. Especially since we got Haskell here because you got a good mind. Oh, you be beating the brakes off, dude, bruh. You a secret Madjai on the under. See, you know it's no type of look, bruh. Nobody choose to be a Madjai. But when you something in your head say, let me push this link and beat the brakes off these dudes, that's when that Madjai chose you.
Hey, Smash, what do you make of the characterization by, I don't know if you heard the show the other night, and Ngozi said, and I know it's not a sentiment only shared by him. I've heard it before elsewhere, right? Where he says that in essence the Madjai was flunkies for the Egyptians, dog. What you got to say to that?
I'm gonna see what Kay Liska got to say about that when she come back. But that's just not an insult. See, this is what they do. They'll give you certain type of information, not to even insult, not to teach you nothing, but just to insult somebody who's rocking that moniker. Mm-hmm. That's the type of teachings you getting. Like, for real. They gonna tell you that because you hear something that's beating the brakes off them called the Madjai. So you see shit like Madjai, police.
So this is what it is, Haskell.
That's what y'all knowledge y'all
They
get.
were some busters.
Huh?
Right. You said the Madjai was some busters.
Yeah, they was the busters that policed everybody, right?
They was like house Negroes, you know, little overseers.
Are we talking about super pseudo Ngozi who never show a damn source?
That's just a way to
come
be
on,
like,
put Ngozi in his proper context. He never shows a source. And he says all this mumbo jumbo shit.
That's
but look though,
he
not the only person he's not the only place I've heard that from. I've heard that out
street Sufi.
And so here's the thing. Since the C group burials can be found so prevalent in Egypt, this is a part of separating out a contingency that can't be removed by any other way. The only way you can remove them is with slander. Because their material culture is all over Egypt.
Well, go on.
You see what I'm saying?
Sorry, guys.
Hello?
Nah, my bad. Let me mute out.
Oh, okay. Cool. Since their material culture is all over Egypt, he's just trying to throw them to a low caste in their society as if it was like that. Like, oh, they was just, but how could that be? If every time you had a war,
straight up.
If every time you had beef, like, think about it right now. You normally gonna go get your family first, though. Just keep it real. But if you can't get your family, you might go get who you know who good at that, who's some good fighters. How you got beef with Asiatic sand dwellers, and every time it happened, you go get these people called the Madjai.
Right, and every time, not one time.
Now, let's see if what I do, what other people do is hella different. I'm only using one tool, and I do it this way on purpose because those who want to emulate the way that I beat the brakes off these dudes can just do this too. Now, there's a lot of prerequisite learning to this. For instance, you won't know how to just pull up the land of Madjai, but I'm going to put an M, a capital D, and maybe a capital A. And what we'll be able to do is go and see how these people were referred to. Now, here go the funniest shit. Because y'all think we know something about this shit, but I'm talking about these clowns, right? They don't know nothing. The first time you heard a foreign ruler, I'm talking about somebody who was like, look, hey, check this out, that boy's a ruler. It was about the people of the land of Madjai, particularly a caste of Southerners. And I can show you this hella quick, and you can show others the same way I'm doing it. So I just clicked on this Madjai. They got 7 attestations. Since it's only 7, I'm going to look through this one real quick and see if the claim is going to be right in their face. But while we doing it, let's see if they say something good. If they referring to these dudes as noodles, like some people teach you, or as bosses. Let's see this. The first attestation in the Old Kingdom. Furthermore, oh, that's furthermore. Now I'm going to put it on thick. Furthermore, this only friend and head of the house, Happy, saw that your brother I does not stand up for the troops of the Madjai War, because your brother does not want your scribe, you, and does not like it. Oh, who knows this letter? I know this letter. This is a letter. Now we can click in and read it. And why do I know all of these damn attestations? Because I sit around reading them. This is a letter from a dude who was like, hey, bruh, somebody stole something from my Madjai homie, and why you ain't putting it down for him? Now let's look and see, is that true what I just said? We're going to go into the whole damn text. The prince, seal administrator of the king, only friend, sealer of the god, to the son of the only friend reader. So let me preempt y'all some more. These Madjai is commanding, they the men in charge. Somebody got robbed and they trying to see why they ain't go out and put hands on whoever robbed them. And he gonna say, cause I didn't think you wanted me to. So here we go.
Smash, you going real fast. Slow down. I want to go over this first sentence. It says the prince, the seal administrator of the king, only friend and sealer of God.
So
who is this?
Aru.
That's Aru. Is he a Nubian or is he an Egyptian?
So that's not you're really asking me, is he a southern Egyptian, basically? But
no, I'm just saying they're saying
it's not stated in here, but let's just say this. These correspondences are typically between Madjai to Madjai, but this one is coming from the prince, seal administrator of the king. He holds the great seal. He's the sole companion, which is the only friend, and he is the sealer of the Necharu, so he got some rank. Now, he is the one that they got at about, somebody got at him about being robbed, but instead, I'm coming off my memory, and I'm going to let y'all see how this went down. And dude is like, I didn't take up for dude because I didn't know what you wanted me to do. But let's look. So he's sending them a letter. And the letter is going to the son of the only friend and reader. That's who should be reading this. Sobek Hotep, Khnum Hotep, and the head of the army, Mer-Re Natchet. So that's who he's talking to, the head of the army, all right? Now it says, your brother. So now they talking about your brother, but it says I here. Because they're not talking about another person. Y'all understand that? Uri is addressing him as his brother. So he's not talking to somebody getting at him about his brother. He's calling himself his brother. So he's saying, I, or your brother, gave the message regarding the order, which is why your scribe sent the only friend in the head of the household, Hetep, so that your brother there, I should just change the verbiage. So that your brother there does not do any of the things that your scribe I did and you don't like. So let's slow that down because that's so hard to understand, right? But we're seeing how this correspondence is going down. If your brother is the person writing, and this there stuff, we got to go. So the person writing gave the message regarding the order, which is why your scribe, you, which is why you sent the only friend in the head of the house, Hetep, so that I, your brother, does not do any of the things that your scribe, I did. So you sent him to make sure I didn't do any of the things that I did that you don't like, all right? So now, this is Uru again talking. I know it's getting complicated, but let's just try it. And if anybody's confused, stop me. Should I read just this you? Because that'll make it easier. Instead of saying, if you're a clerk, I'll read it all.
Yeah.
If you're a clerk, or if you send to me because of you wanting to accuse the robbery that was committed against me, then everything is fine. Now let's figure that out. If you send to me, so if you getting at me because you want to accuse the robbery that was committed against me, right? So who was sending? So this is the great seal bearer getting at the leader of the army, saying, if you send to me because you want to accuse, what does accuse the robbery? that was committed against me, basically the robber. If you want to accuse the robbery that was committed against me, your brother, then everything is fine. Like if you about to accuse this fool who stole my stuff, then it's all good. But if you does this and open the fight because you, oh my God. See, that's why we go to reading the meta, because some of these translations will not let us extract proper meaning. Yet we're still only here to see how these people of the land of Madjai were referred to. And I was just telling us, I read the story already, and it's just what it's turning out to be. So it says, if your scribe does this to open the fight because you see the two foreign countries, then your brother I will recognize that you love the prince and keeper up for the of the king's seal, Sabi in or Sabini, more than your brother me. Now is he trying to say if you do something that they told you to do, then you're gonna show favor to them more than me? Or is everybody just completely lost?
Yeah, I see kind of at the
I'm
end.
lost.
That
I ain't gonna
Yeah, because this was, I mean, the way that they translate it.
At the end part, I understand that he said that you gonna give some to somebody other than your brother, which is me.
See, if I stop reading this your scribe stuff and just show what's in parentheses, it tends to make more sense. So I'm gonna say, but if you do this to open the fight because you see the two foreign countries, then I will recognize that you love the prince. So this is a good thing for him to do. And keeper of the seals, Sabini, more than me. Huh? So is he contending with the prince then? So is he?
Sound like,
yeah, kind of like he kind of like saying, "Hold up, cuz
you give him some more love."
Yeah, he like saying, if you do what the prince wants you to do, then I know you love him. You got more love for him than you got for me.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting from it too. Like you said, man, you ride with them over, like you ride with them over me. I'm your brother, like
exactly.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting from it.
Now look, he even came at it with "It's all good, bro." This is how I be knowing that this is really some good, because he's like, it's good. It is good to desire triumph better than justice. Now, if we come over here, let's see. So what is he saying really? It's good to desire, it's better to desire triumph than justice. So that means that
it's injustice.
But the injustice. All right, great. I apologize. Yeah, it is good, better to desire triumph than injustice. Is that a reference back to what he was saying about his decision he made up here? To rise up against every crime of the prince again. So the prince did a crime, but I thought he called himself the prince. The prince, sealer of the... All right, so he's saying, okay, you're going to come at me wrong, so y'all going to rise up against me. See, that's what it kind of seemed like now. Like, it's cool to desire triumph than injustice, something blank, 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 the rise up against every crime.
He ain't stole his own shit.
Of this prince, he is not
one to consume his own possessions.
Yeah, so he like, man, I ain't stole my own stuff.
Myself.
Yeah, he like, so you trying to say I stole my own stuff? Yeah, I told you this letter is crazy though. But the cold part is I only came here to get down to where they at Madjai, so we can come to a brief understanding as we see what's going on. He is not one who consumes his own possession, cuz he's like, bro, I stole my own stuff. Okay. He says, yo, you recommend that to me in the king's hall because you and I were one in the matter, namely that this prince's damage should not continue to one he brought over the land. Furthermore, this is the only friend and head of the house Hetep who saw that I does not stand up for the troops of Madjai. And why? Because because I does not or do what your scribe you does not like. I should have said because I just do what you does not like. I don't make it's so hard to read that that is even worse for me to get an understanding from.
But you brought us over there to show us where the first foreigners was the Madjai rulers, right?
Yeah, and so
hold on, before you go in, because there ain't nothing but another little sentence or whatever. But hold on, but this is where we see the Madjai, right?
Yeah.
So what he's saying about like why you didn't defend the Madjai? Like what's going on?
That's what I was trying to say. And it's kind of like he said, because he didn't do, what does he say? Furthermore, the only friend, now this is where we should go into the text over here, but furthermore, this only friend and head of the house, Hetep, saw that I, or your brother, does not, so Hetep peeped gang that he wasn't standing up for the troops of Madjai and we Wat because I do what you does not like.
Do not like, does not, don't even make.
Well, that's what they're saying. So he's saying, what is he saying? He should be standing up for them.
Well, hold us, man. That's why we got you. You might need to slide over there.
Yeah, that's when we definitely go to the left.
Because this ain't making no sense. What's going on?
And so that is definitely now. I mean,
what's going on?
So I'm just gonna try to show y'all stuff before I start clicking into it. So when they say troops right here, Madjai, they start by fight. It really seems to start right here, but it say something about a fight right here. We're gonna go to the beginning to stand up. Okay, let's go to the beginning. Au, this is just a tense particle or whatever, auxiliary particle, you see. So it's kind of like saying this is a tense word. Ger normally means to find or something, but this is also furthermore, right? I mean, I was thinking about him. Now, my end, what they doing with my end? Let's see, to see. So we do know my is to see, but my end is like for them to see. So where's this over here? Look, Hetep saw. Okay, I'm just trying to look at where these words is lining up with their translation. Right now, Samir Wati is about a friend of something. Oh, that's gonna be this only friend because Y means one. T and the J just turned it into a Nisba, right? So Samir is a friend and Wati. So this is where they get only friend. So if we click this, soul companion. See what I mean? Samir Wati. Y means one. T changed it to a Nisba. That means it's a person now. And Smear means a friend. So that's your soul companion or your closest homie or your only friend. Now, so what else they do? They got Emmy Per. We all deal with Emmy all the time, right? So this is the overseer, and Per is a house. Per is going to right here, head of the house. You see what I'm saying? So who is the Per? Y'all see this HTP?
Hotel.
Yep, so that's why they got this right here. Hetep. But Nefer in So they say, saw that your brother does not stand up for the troops. Let's see what this says. Hetep Nefer in, that's not really the C. We know that Nefer is something about good or bad, and I don't see no indication of that over here. So Nefer in. So this is a negation. So in could be negation, right? And they don't have it with a comma or a period. They got it with a hyphen. The end should be before this Nefer. Let's see if they say not. See, it is negation. Remember? I mean, the reason I knew it was negation because they got that end there with the hyphen. So that's what's giving us the not. All right, now So is the stand or the fight. So you're not what? Standing. You see? You're not standing. Sin. This is brothers or them. So let's see. You're not stand up for the troops. So you're not standing for them. Look, sin, them, they, brothers. Or say, so that, remember I said brothers or them? Because it's two different words. So now let's slow down. I told you. Wait up. You're not standing up for your brother. Your brother. You see this K? Y'all see that K? Do I need to make it bigger?
No, we see it.
I'm going to just make it bigger for everybody.
Not stand up for the troops of the Madjai.
So hold on. Now, where we at? Is this?
K is switched over to the E.
I think it's this one down here. All right, so look. This K right here is connected to this sin. Remember, this is brothers? Mm-hmm. So now we got a K that's connected to it. That's your brothers. If I click the K, it's going to say your. You, your, yours. You feel me? And it's suffix. See? That's how we know it's connected to the word before it. So it's like an ek. If you hear ek at the end, that's yours. So this is Sinek. If I say Sinek, you already know that's your brothers. And now we got another here. But this ain't the same. Oh, hold on.
Hello, you just.
Yep, that's a different Sinek. Yeah, I just seen the wrong Sinek. But look, notice both of the Sineks got an after them too. But now this is just gonna be like, let me think before I click it. It's really easy. It's just a it's not like an authoritative it might be like a by or something. There, yeah, there. I said by. It ain't by, but it's there. So right, that's that so now we got, remember, they negated something and they said, stand your brother. So you not standing your brothers. You feel me? So let's slow down. Your brother. I said brothers. It's only he's saying one person there. Why did he say there here? In. So this is basically 2, 4. Y'all know that in. And that's not that. Now Tazi, I think this is gonna be his word for troops. I don't know why. Yeah, detachment, troop, or gang, right? Tazi. I mean, don't worry about my pronunciation. This would really be like Chazet, if we was doing that. Because this T has, capital T has a TCH
What's
to it.
What's that over the top of the T, the bread loaf?
Representing that. I mean, again, that's giving us the ties. It must be a triliteral. But
I was wondering if there's some type of weapon or something. Like, why would they?
I don't actually know what it is. It's something tied together.
How they know they down with the troops of the gang or whatever?
Detachment. Well, they probably worked over this word in plenty of different instances. But so again, if we it's close to what they're saying. The only friend that had saw your brother. So the work of Neti belonging to Madjai. Like Neti is belonging to, right? Mm-hmm. You know, so y'all see that. And so it'd be funny how, and then Madjai, MDJ, y'all know that's the land of Madjai.
Yeah, and then they'll go
right?
Wawat after that.
And then we know Wawat. So he basically saying, not, I'm going to read the literal first, not stand brother, your brother, there, in, or of, the troop, for the troops belonging to Madjai and Wawat. Now we got in Maru. Let's hold on. So this in with the hyphen again could also be negating. See, this is not good, basically. But they don't want to break it like down like that. They just calling it negation. There's different type of negations. But if we look into this one, this got nefer right with an in. Now, some people say, hold up there, but we'll see why they negate things in a different way. Now, this say in Marut. So if this is, let's look over here. Now, I'm going to say.
It don't matter where they put the negation in the front or the back, because I'm noticing that other one in the front.
First, we're going to see if it's negation. So here's the thing. Now, Wawat, if it have an N after it without this hyphen and then say Marut, they could be saying workers, Marut, of Wawat, but this just says in hyphen Marut, right? And so it's making me think that this Marut, so Mar could take us back to love, Marut could take us back to workers, Marut could take us back to workers, weavers, loved ones, and then it got, this ain't no love, but yeah, say don't like.
Is that like?
Yeah, it is. See, no love. This is where they get the don't like.
Yeah, he said no love.
Watch this. Let me click it. So, no, they say so that because. So take that back. So take that completely back. So that with because. They just simply saying this in Marut is a conjunction. So this is part of learning some for me, as well as everybody else, because there's certain phrases like Chris know them all. I got to store them all in my memory, and this is an indication. I should have seen this in prefix and not in suffix, and then known that this was giving us a conjunction, which is just giving us the because. So he's now going to give us the reason why he's not standing up for him then. Because Uri in, now Uri normally is going to be like a maker. So this is going to say they make. But this could also mean something about your eyes or to see something. Oh, Ari is a person. Remember Aru up here? Look, IRW. That's not him. Before I click it, I like to try to see if I can work through it. I can simply just click it, but I'm not learning if I do that. I got to Engage my memory. So let me find that real quick. See if I can find it. Sorry. Here we go. So right here we got this IRIN. Now let me show you the process I'm going through. Peace, Chris. I wish you was here. Now this J, it looks like a J, but I know it's representative of a Y or I. So, and that Y, the I is representative of a Y too. So we got like Erie. IRY is what we really got. Now, IR could just be an eye, right? An eyeball. That's what I'm supposed to see in the glyphs. And then that I behind it, I see 2 reed leaves. So if I see that, that's like a maker or somebody who creates something, right? But let's click this. To do, to make, see, right? And man, I said we see an eyeball.
Yeah.
So it was a maker. But it ain't like a maker. It's like to do something. So he said because to make, now seeing this brother, your brother, there, I don't know this word, hate, to dislike. Huh? So again, it's coming off different than what it's coming off like over here.
Do does not like in the real sentence. So it's saying something similar to that.
Yeah, hold on, but it's just coming off different. Let me see what this word is.
Is that because your brother doesn't do what you don't like?
Let's go again. Because, so it says because to do your brother there don't like, then this word right here, and this is for you. So this word is we gotta see what a shreeb.
While you doing that, Smash, I remember the original point was to show how the Southerners was the first foreign ruler, and I don't see any connections yet.
Wait, huh?
Remember when you were saying that Ngozien?
Oh no, we definitely not there yet. We just had we went off on a tangent. That word describe. We went off on a tangent and just started trying to understand the text. Okay. Right, but yeah, we'll definitely get back to that. That'll be easy.
Go back to that.
So this word describe, because your brother does not like your scribe.
Because your brother does not do what you don't like.
But you don't like your.
To the sentence, it does have scribe in there, but see that? Scribe does not like.
So he like happy seeing that. He basically saying to me, I think he's saying, yo, homie, happy that you're sitting down here, seeing that I wasn't standing up for the troops of me, John Watt, because I ain't gonna do something that you don't want me to do. Is that right?
Yeah. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, that is. If you in modern terms, if you broke that down the way we talk today, yeah, you translated.
I'm trying to see if that's what y'all getting from that.
Hold on. Describes the proclamation because your brother right.
Oh, I see Chris. Hold on, whose voice is that? It's kind of breaking up.
That's Stu Pease.
Stu Pease, what's up?
Could it be that your brother do like a proclamation because the scribe is right down to make a proclamation? What a word?
Hey, Stu, you got an echo. You have an echo, Stu.
Well, I don't know, but right here, I will just say he wasn't standing up for the troops of me, John. We got that part right. So that's what we were trying to see at least, and that's an Elephantini text, right? Now let's go right here. I think this is the one you was gonna be looking for right here. Second, right? Now let's read it. This is Siremput. So let's give some context to Siremput. He coming about first in the immediate period, and he was one of them dudes. Look, when everything fall apart, Tassetti on his own, bruh. We not messing with nobody else. See, this is why I know how to do this. Because I'm studying how they did it. So when it fall off like it's falling off now, they ain't messing with nobody. If they popping up, they putting hands. I'm telling you, this is what it was.
Wait, slow down, man, because they don't understand who you talking about. Who is the they? You talking
That's
about
real. I'm trying to.
This is Siremput, right?
The Theban metropolis,
no, bigger than the Theban metropolis. When it fall apart, everything from Thebes down, that's Tassetti.
Yeah. See, my bad. That's how I do it. But when you talking about the Thebes on down.
He about to probably say,
cutting everything off.
Oh, this is it right here. We got him beat up, breaks. In the second attestation. But see, this is how I also be like, look, Cats messing it up because if you got a line on them Southerners, which they say was the noodles who came through and policed up everything and beat off all the Asiatics, if you got a line on that, you're going to win every intermediate period. And I'm going to prove it. That's hella easy. There's only 3 intermediate periods. I can do that right now. Who won the first intermediate period? Mentuhotep II, the Intef family, the 11th dynasty, the Intefs and the Mentuhoteps. First, second, third, you know what I'm saying? Mentuhotep II put that down, right? So then we get this thing they call the Middle Kingdom. Let me tell y'all what's hella funny. Bruh, think about this. The Middle Kingdom consists of one dynasty to like 2 dynasties, and the rest are intermediate period. Am I wrong? The Middle Kingdom start at the 12th dynasty. Somebody can say this is wrong. I'm totally fine. In the chat, anything. Middle Kingdom start with the 12th dynasty and it's ending in about the 17th because the 18th is the New Kingdom, right? Well, then check this out. So look, that means we get the 12th dynasty. What's the 13th? The second intermediate period. 13, 14, 15, 16. We get almost 17. They go to the south. They get the Madjai, beat off the Asiatics, kick them out, and now we get the New Kingdom.
Hold on, Smash. What are the time periods between the kingdoms? How long are the intermediary kingdoms? Because you're using the word intermediary, and many persons don't know. Between the first, the New Kingdom, between
the first intermediate period
and
was
the
about.
Kingdom.
The first intermediate period was probably like 125 years.
125.
And now we can look that up real quick, but that's just out my memory.
Yeah. And the second intermediary period, that's how long?
Let me think. Oh, this maybe 300-400, but we're gonna look them all up so I don't misquote anything. I already went out on a limb and said first.
The reason why I'm asking, let me tell you why I'm asking. Because remember, the rebuild didn't happen overnight.
Yeah, 125. How many did I say? How many years did I say?
You was close.
Yeah.
How many did I say?
But let me finish.
Nah,
let me finish.
You was right.
Let me finish.
I said 150 or 125.
You're on the money. But let me say what I'm saying. Please, let me say what I'm saying, because I'm learning from you, right? But in 125 years, a lot of things could be lost. A lot of things could be changed. That's 125 years.
That's what he said.
Right. So. Right. So continue. I just because you said the 18th and 19th dynasty, like there was a continuation after the 125 years, that the thing just set back in order like it should. Like everything just fall back in one order after 125 years or after 300 years. And I don't think that is possible.
All right, well, I ain't really what I don't know where that came from. That's not part of my argument. Like, I mean, but I agree with you. But hopefully it didn't appear. Hopefully what I said didn't appear like that. Like that. I wasn't trying to say that. My point, what I said was, each intermediate period was solved by a contingency from the South.
From the South, that's right. That was your point. The Madjai in particular.
And to be fair to what Stupi said, you did say that it was 125 years, but you were accurate in saying that. But
he was
looking over the whole time period of a 3,100-year history, 125 years.
Nah, but he look, James, when he said the 125, the 125 years is for the first intermediary period, right? And then he said Smash was making the point that what they call the Middle Kingdom, in essence, it almost as if it doesn't even exist. It's not anything. It's not anything. It's not substantial, right? So then he says,
I'll let you finish. Go ahead.
Yeah, but then you said further on down, he said things kind of resumed back to quote unquote status quo or normal with the beginning of the New Kingdom, which is the 18th dynasty, right?
After 17th.
Well, they
the 18th. The 18th started the New Kingdom.
But real quick, let's just remember that these are families. Dynasty just means family. So this is why that's problematic, because those families existed at the same time. Almost the first who did the ending was what's his name's son.
Queen T.
I mean, I didn't mean son. You're right, but I meant to say counterpart.
From the 17th?
Amos Nefertari.
Okay.
You see, that's why she Amos Nefertari, he Amos the first. And so let's think about it, because Amos Nefertari is the progenitor of the 18th dynasty.
Yes. Right.
So now we see a marriage between the 17th family and the 18th family. Yeah. But they don't tell us like that. If you look it up right now, everybody can see that I'm not making this up. Watch this. And watch how I show this. If I show Amos, they're going to say 17th dynasty. If I say Amos Nefertari, they're going to say 18th dynasty. Yeah. Now, if I ask who was Amos Nefertari's husband, they're going to say Amos the first. Watch this.
Right. The merge.
Amos.
I'm telling you, Smash, you need to do one of them videos where they go from dynasty to dynasty.
Yes.
Have you ever seen one? I put
now look, now this is why they're doing that. No, just to be clear, sorry, James, I'm not interrupting you. I hear what you're saying. But I'm just engaged with this. No, so let's see what they say. They say he is the founder of the 18th dynasty. But let's be clear. Who was his brother? Amos, who started the war, and they say he from the 17th dynasty. Now, should I take y'all to this word dynasty? D-Y-N-A-S-T-Y. M-A-N-E-T-H.
Let's see where it says he started the 17th dynasty.
Hold on. No, look. Amos was the last pharaoh of the Theban 17th dynasty.
Okay,
look, he was probably the son of Senkerau and Ahotep, and the brother of Amos the First, the founder of the 18th dynasty. See, this is what I be trying to say. If we don't look into this, then we're going to get lost. And then if we know the details that this means family, it get ugly. Because when they find Senku and Ratau, they say, man, he looks so much like a Nubian that he don't even fit in with nobody else. Like, they like, he
and
just...
his face is messed up, right? They stuck him or they hit him with an axe.
Now it's the Senku and Ratau and the Senku and Ratau too. And so I'm not sure which one got hit with the axe, but you are telling the truth. And so I just didn't know which one was the one who got hit with the axe. And so it says, and Ahotep and the brother of Amos. So let's be clear. Your brother was with the 17th family. He started fighting these sand-dwelling Asiatics, and I'm from the 18th family. That's true. They could have been like half brothers or however it went down. But I just want us to note this. Now, the last thing we need to see is that the 18th dynasty really starts with Amos Nefertari. And so this is one of the main reasons why they belittle the blackness around Amos Nefertari too, is because she, look, right here, she was the main one putting it down. All this new kingdom hype that we be hearing about, that was her who set that up. And I got that all written, all the sources in my book.
We need a movie over Cleopatra, over her military genius. Because she seemed like she was the one.
So look what it say right here. Amos Nefertari was the daughter of Senku and Ratau II. See, that might have been the one who got hit with the thing, but I don't know. Yeah. And a 17th dynasty king. So she the daughter of someone from the 17th family. How is she the progenitor of the 18th family? It don't really even, I mean, it ain't, this is, I mean, it's something for us to think about, but it's not like the biggest thing. One thing that we find out is that, all right, now the fix is in, because when we come to her, we see that they saying, no, she probably, a lot of scholarship tell us she didn't look like that, but a lot of there's other scholarship that tell us that she did. I want to get off that wiki and get back to. So this is about the hurdle. What you say?
I said this would be a good, like, if you could put that off into illustration, like the way you know that, you know what I'm saying, and show it to where we could get it, like with visualization, that would probably be good.
Shout out to Vernon, who said my book is a good reference book. You know, I kind of did it like that because you can't say what I said. You have to just go to my sources and show them that, and then you just got them. But if you be, but hey, it's like that. It's because people want to say, well, who is that guy? So forget that. Show them the sources like I'm showing you here. So we came to there because we was talking about how Sarenput and when intermediate periods would come across, Tasseti breaking off, and it'll be a whole bunch of breakoffs. We detail how it was Mentuhotep, and this is what I learned. See, he got surrounded by Ankh-Tefi and the Hierakonpolis kings. And so Mentuhotep was in Thebes. Let's think number 4. If you think coming from the south, Tasseti being Komombo being number 1, the throne of Horus being number 2, we got Nakin number 3, and then we got Thebes or Waset or Ipadasut, all right there, Luxor, that is where you gotta be if you want to be a real OG. And when I mean a real OG, I mean a real pharaoh when you're going to get your coronation. Most of them, some got coronated in Memphis, but it was about being down with the thief. So in the first intermediate period, Mentuhotep had to deal with the fact that Ankh Tefi was south of him, and he was like, oh, everybody from the south paying taxes to me. Don't even worry about it. And then he had some people in Ninisut, or an area up Heracanopolis, where are up north, where they had another contingency. So he was surrounded. Now his wives all bear names of southern Nubian women, and we can even find Solange Aspie showing us that they were all priestess of Hathor. It is my contention that he found his way around Ankh Tefi, right, and went to the south and got some Madjai, and that was how. Because let's read this text. Well, this is Sarenput, but this is during the same time period in the same thing. Now, if I pull up Sarenput, he's gonna be about the 11th dynasty, because these is all the monarchs who was coming up out of this time period. They took over Taseti. Look, he was the ancient Egyptian official during the reign of Senroset of the 12th dynasty. All right, so but let's read this and see what happened. I was trusted one of the king in the temple, the mouth of the kin. Remember, that's number 3. So he's like, I'm at the mouth of the kin. Remember that he down with the south. He said, in the temple of Sayat, the neck bite in Parnasir, chief of the high priest, royal seal bearer, and sole friend of the king, the one over the secrets of the army. Let's slow down. The one over the secrets of the king in the army. So he's saying the one in the army who was over the secrets of the king, that's me. He says, who hears what only a single man may hear, to whom the entire land comes. Literally, the complete 2 lands. It says, huh?
Simatawi.
Yeah, but I want to go look over there because they said the complete 2 lands. I want to see if they use Kemet for complete. And I know they didn't, but let's see.
Now look, while Smash is looking that up real quick, James, you there, James, right?
Here we go.
Oh,
they did.
I'm here.
They didn't.
Go ahead, Smash.
No, go ahead. They didn't.
Okay, real quick. So I want to say this, James. Being the most, anti of the blackness of Kemet and all that, in Gozi one day, me and him had a conversation. And this is a question to you as well. I had said through all the periods of Kemet in the Medu Neter, for the word face, it always showed a southern Nubian. He said that perplexed him too. Now, any reason why for the name face, we don't see nothing but a southern Nubian?
Actually, Smash, real quick before you go in, to me that face doesn't look like your typical Nubian, quote unquote, right? And by Nubian, I'm guessing you mean like a Tassetian or somewhere around modern day Sudan. But to me, what I see is someone even further south, like in southern Africa. Yeah, it looks more like someone from with that huge wide nose. It looks like
maybe
it looks like a or a San, somebody that's a San or something.
Like Idi Amin, maybe, or a little deeper.
Well, watch this. It says the enemy of the kings are smitten, one who enters the heart of the king in private, while the gnome governors or whatever, one who is over the ceilings, overseer of all duties of the door of the foreign countries, consisting of the ornaments of the king, one to whom were reported the Anu gifts of Madjai, consisting of the tributes of the rulers of the foreign countries. Killed them because we read in the English. So it says he's reporting the Anu gifts of Madjai. Y'all know where that is? That's the land of the Madjai in the south. What does these gifts consist of? Consisting of the tribute of the rulers of foreign lands, countries. How do you say that in Medu Neter? Come over here and see. They got checkmated. Especially Shaka Doodoo, who sat around for years talking about Hakakasu. The Hyksos is the people. The Hyksos is the people. Do you see this? Hakanu Kasu. What does that say? And the nu is in brackets, so that means it's not there, basically. Hakakasu. There go your Hyksos. See? Damn, it'd be hella easy. So you trying to tell me we thought the Hyksos was a people until we went into the Medu Neter and seen that the Nubians could be Hyksos?
Wow.
Hika
It's so quiet right now.
Hika Kasu.
Yeah, because I'm trying to parse this out because I said they got. Hold on, they got the
it's a generic term. I mean, it's not specific to Asiatics. It's a catch-all term.
Say that again, Chris. I mean, sorry, James, but I want.
Okay, I didn't know that was Chris. Let me mute that.
What you say, Chris?
No, I said Heka Kasut is a catch-all term. It's not specific to a one people. If you weren't from the valley, if you come from beyond the hills, right? Because the word chaset means high place, right? So if you come from a place that was high up or beyond the hills, you could be considered, or if you had any status, a heka chasut. Yeah. So right, so i.e. right, Nubians were called, people from the south were called heka chasut, people from the desert areas were called heka chasut. So it wasn't
does it ain't
a people group.
Does it in fact denote foreign king, or is it another denotation?
Now let's go all the way in on it, and we even going to click the new, which is not there.
Okay.
But watch this.
Right.
Ka plural, right? So they're not saying just one ruler, they're saying the foreign rulers. But when we click in it, they gave us the whole terminology, Haka Kasu. And now, why they got Hyksos right here misleading us as this is a people group, but our individual research could prove to us that it is not. Unless, of course, they want us to think that the tribute from the land of Madjai was of the Hyksos.
Yes, that's what I'm thinking it is.
Huh?
No, that's Politrix, that Hyksos.
So let's take his thing in the context, and we have to do everything in the context. So if a person thinks that's what it is, we have to prove why it's not. So instead of just being like you're wrong, so let me say, well, first thing we're gonna do is periodization, I would say. So we're gonna come up here and look, right? Middle Kingdom, Sarenput is the 12th dynasty, right? These people known as the Hikakasut enters into Egypt by finally being called foreign rulers in Avaris at about 16. The 16th and 17th families is who had to deal with them the most. And so we a few families off, and those families here are separated by a little bit of time. So this attestation is before we hear about them using this title for foreign rulers who come from the East. And this is why I'm trying to show it, because even in the text corpus, we could go back up. Now notice we're only on Madjai to be fair, but I've also done this same survey for Hikakasut. We could do it right now by clicking Hikakasut and see what it say. But I want to continue because I see more, right? So it says, one of those reported that the gifts of Madjai consisted of the tribute of the rulers of foreign country, one who spends the night in God's booth on the day of the great festival, one who received presents from the riches that the kings give out in the palace. This is him, he bragging on himself. Chief of praise in the divine bark in front of the God, one who is over every wonder of the Nubians from the cataract area. All right, let's slow down. So they do have, what are the wonders of the Nubians? Let's see how this was said in the Medu Neter, if they're talking about material items or actually land installment. Now, first I tracked down Nubian, right? And we see Zeti. So you clearly see what we be saying, like this Nubian stuff is trash, right? The text say Taseti. Y'all see this right here? This ZTI, if I click it, it's gonna say, it's saying Nubians. But again, this is what we're trying to avoid. Obviously, is to say Nubians. They talk about Setiu. So what are they really talking about? Let's talk about it. They're talking about the people.
A bow in,
well, that's what I'm trying to say. So
I'm seeing a bow and
Setiu.
Seeing foreign land and
but let's be clear, because Taseti ain't only the areas of Egypt that's Taseti.
What bird is that?
Is that Nay bird you?
Nah, that's the Tiu bird.
Tiu bird.
Wait. So is that the bird that you say that's indigenous to the?
No, that's not
the name bird is the one that's
the name bird is this the Tibu
I'm
bird.
just saying, but he looking the wrong way anyway.
But
maybe that's just the way.
It could be flipped around. But yeah, this is So they just starting theirs from right to left because this is what the dictionary.
I see the bow right there, so that's.
But this is set to you. But we supposed to understand this as Nubians. That's what's going to throw us off. Now let's talk about it. Is this a tribe here? Well, it is a particular people group that is from Setiyu, right? But it don't necessarily. I don't know where I put it. It should be on the mental out there.
So why they got Nubians right here?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Exactly.
Is that if you translate that, that's what it's gonna say? Because that must be a different type of language, right?
Well, no, this is this says the Nubians.
Yeah.
So it throws the Hyksos off then, right?
Well, that's what I keep on. I mean, we definitely got that twice because they literally say, "And every wonder in the land of Taseti," but he was kind of referring to the Inu gifts of Madjai when he said, "And all the tribute of the rulers of the foreign countries." We definitely know what area he ruled. He was Sarimput. He didn't have nothing to do with up in the Delta and stuff.
He about to buy the Madjai so he can go and take care of business.
Well, I don't know, but he is definitely one who is over every wonder of the Setiyu. Right. Let's see what every wonder is. Now, since we see Setiyu, we notice Nabek is every. So this got to be the wonders. I'm just doing this without see wonders and marvels. So there we have it. Slow that down, because this ain't little petty junk stuff. These are wonders and marvels, right? So what are the wonders and marvels of the Nubians at about the 12 duns? You just see it out there? Hold on, I'll be right back. Y'all can talk. I've got to find some.
I don't know. Would be probably gold
of the Nubians.
We definitely need to know
animal skins, rare ivories, and
pottery.
Like
no, what about pottery?
Oh,
yeah, and pottery and stuff like that. So
black top, red top, black top. What is it?
Not sure where that would be.
What are these wonders? Y'all want to see how many other texts that refer to these wonders? Then we can know the context of these wonders. 57 texts talk about these wonders. We can know real fast, and it ain't microwaving because we really looking at the text. So the funny part is the first one that used it was this text, right? Every wonder of the Nubians. But let's look at another text to talk. This is the same Sarimput. He gonna say every wonder of the Nubians again. Next we have Ramses II. Translate to English.
Hey, Smash. Also, one day you gotta break down Dookie Jail. We gotta sit here together.
Oh, it's checkmate. Real quick though, I know about that Dookie Jail, but I don't know enough about it. But look, he used it for a miracle. Ramses. The same thing that Sarimput said, every wonder of the Nubians, Ramses II, they translated it to say, as if a miracle were to happen. Now, so these wonders are real wonders. It says, I will let your majesty hear a miracle. That is the wonders. Right? So the Nubians got miracles, man. I'm just
they got bad money.
That's where the miracle came from. No, I'm just playing. But behold, this was a miracle. See, that's why we got to look into these terms, bud, because we get a greater context that every other time they translate it. So this the miracles of the Nubians, but not the miracles. It's giving us the wonders as an appropriate translation, right? If only speaking of the miraculous matters, right? That is the same word. And so I can click back on the last page after just examining them little text and say, okay, they be saying miracles, marvels. So then they say he's over every wonder of the Nubians from the cataract. Those ain't that. Go ahead.
No, quick question. So we got, I don't know who done it, but whoever done it, they say Mansa Musa was the richest man ever on earth. Did they compare him to each and every pharaoh and kingdom of Nubia and all them and seen he had more than them?
I guess so. Because ain't nobody had no stories like that.
I know.
Like that they gave out. I mean, they would go fight for gold. He wasn't fighting for no gold.
Yeah, he had his own shit.
Yeah, he was like, y'all fighting over this. Let me mess up the economy. Well, let's look at this next stela of Sobek-Hetep and Sobek-Eri. And I'm not going to read it all. I'll just read this at the station. It is in the Louvre. We could look at it. But it says, great in fragrance when he descends from Madjai. Why they put Nubia there. If we look over here, it don't got that. And they say to Egypt in parentheses, and guess what it really say? Sef Yeti? Great, respected one. Damn, you can't make this shit up. It brought out a curse word in me because they didn't even want to put that to the right.
So what break that back then?
Look,
like,
you can clearly see it say greatly respected.
Yeah, I see
one.
that, but
do that say that to the right?
That threw us off.
Oh man, they be doing
Wait, say that again. Say that again, Smash. I just seen that.
Man, that's heckin' wrong. So they just say in the translation they leaving out that you super boss. Look,
yeah,
it says worthy one. Okay. So this person descending from Tasseti is great in fragrance. They smell good.
And greatly respected.
When he descends from not Tasseti, but Madjai, or not Nubia, but from Madjai. Then they said to Egypt in parentheses, we don't see that over here. Because since it said Madjai Sef. So they really saying a worthy one in Tasseti, and they put Nubia, but it says Sef M Tasseti. So you're a boss, chef, what, Yeti? Chef Yeti, this is a boss, a very well respected one. M of Tasseti. We can all see that, right? Now, what we doing right here? Wineti, so that's still a type of a person. Oh, that's his name, look. So it say the one who belongs to Wineti, praise and praise. And so we see this name here, it should say personal name. What God or name. So it's a God or name. So it is a name. It's just not a personal name. It's a God name. Now we got this Jah, which is, what is this Jah right here? This is supposed to be a Wah. This is going to be one. Oh, praise. I messed that up. That's praise. Because I wonder how they get this one over here. I don't see a one. Let me translate again. Don't it say the one who belongs to? But I don't see any Neti here. It just says M Tasseti. Then it says his name. Then it got the Jah Hezeti, which is praise and praise. Plural praise, right? Look, favor and praise. So, again, my pronunciation is not our focus, so I hope ain't nobody getting mad. Now, but we clearly see right even here. Now, we could go into the text to see who's descending. Which person is descending? Is it a boss descending or just any old person? See. It says, a sacrifice given by the king and men Horus, the mighty of the sun, may he give the mortuary offering consistent of, let's read the side of the text.
The big
It's
offering.
just a stella. What beer, cattle, poultry, and the Ka, the deputy, the head of the stella, Sobek Uri, the justified one. So he's my Akaru, so he must be deceased. A sacrifice given by the king and men Horus, the one with his arms raised. May give a mortuary offering consistent of the same thing I just read for another person, Sobek Hotep, who is the justified one. Now let me ask Chris, have you seen people that was Akaru that wasn't dead?
Now, every time I've seen that used, that's for someone who's right.
Yeah,
making
they
his way.
deceased. Yeah.
That's a question because I was thinking he may be giving him a mortuary financial blessing.
Well, in a sense, that's not wrong because some stelae is the ancient version of what we would know as a tombstone. Some are. Like a tombstone is shaped like a stela, right? Oftentimes. It's just a smaller one, and you write what the honors of the deceased sometimes on these stones. And
I was thinking about all
but that's not the function of a stele or a stela, but they sometimes are served to remember the deceased in his actions. So it's kind of like
the line tells you on the left side that this is definitely to a deceased person because it says Hetep Dinasut.
Yeah.
So this is definitely to a individual.
Past person that's passed on.
Yeah.
All right, family. Peace to y'all. I'm out.
All right, thanks for checking in, man. So it says, words speak through the deputy of the head, Sobek Uri, whom the lady of the house, Sinu, the justified one, gave birth to. It says, he speaks pure and purified as I worship men, So I exalt Horus, the one with his arms raised. Hail me, blah, 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 blah. I ain't even trying to read the whole thing if it take 30. But why they say the Coptic right here? Let me read what this say.
The Coptic alchemy.
It says the Great in the Sinute sanctuary, the Great in Achim, the Coptic. So this isn't right. This is Gebtu. This is the seventh nome, and they just translated it as the Coptic. If we come over here to Gebtu, this is a nome. See, one of the Coptos. But let's see. Why I told you, see, it's a nome. Look, don't it got the X there? The circle and the So they saying this is Geb Tui. I mean, they see the Tu bird. So one of Coptos, but not like a Coptic, because this was right across from the Kata in ancient times, and people could confuse that and think they talking about modern Coptics and stuff. So I just had to look at that real quick. But anyway, I'm getting caught up. I think we seen what we was trying to see, that the first people called the Hikanasu, at least in the text corpus. Don't over praise the research, but at least in the text corpus is Nubians. That was the first Hikakasu.
Hey, Smash.
What's up?
Let me point something out here for a second. Now, I mean, you know, clearly you're handy with the TLA and other brothers in the sound of my voice. But notice something here, though. I can see why these things can be dangerous, because when you look up the word Hekachasut and immediately it says Hyksos, right? Somebody can take that and run with it. And go back for a minute to that stele that you were showing. I think sometimes when graduate students sometimes translate these things, they probably don't update them sometimes, or maybe they're being funny. I said another time we was reading the one.
Which it says the Stella. Let me try to find it.
Yeah, which one?
Some be messing up with my. This is way too small for my eyes, but I'm gonna find it. Hold on. Gotta make it bigger.
Like that time when they was playing around with the word neck, how they just say,
Yeah, they said the F word and stuff.
Yeah. But go back here and notice how they translate the word Hotep.
Let me see.
Like this would be
what they translated that as by the what? You see?
Sacrifice.
Oh yeah, they do that. Yep. Hold on.
See,
yeah, I know. I've seen that happen
sacrifice.
before. So I'm getting closer because it was called the Stella. Dang.
But you saw it. I just want to make sure. Just point that out. But
no, I've seen that in various places, but I think I did too much clicking, and it's making it harder. I'm just reading these names, and none of them said the Stella. I don't know how I lost it.
Well, go back and start over.
Sarim put. All right, I'm gonna go back and start. Oh, that's because I gotta click prior right here. Hold up.
Yeah, I saw every time the word Hotep appeared, they translated a sacrifice, a sacrifice, a sacrifice.
Yeah, they got that too, and that's what made Nazi Yassavel, he messed that up in a debate, because he was like, Hotep is a sacrifice.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, he
and then they'll say the feather of my aunt is a knife.
He said what?
They'll say the feather of my aunt really is a knife.
I'm still looking. I don't know how I messed it up, but I know that that's there, so I'm just yeah.
I just want to point that out. That's all.
Let's see, prior twice. Yeah, but anyway, James, where you at?
I'm right here.
It's been a crazy few days.
Yeah, I see you've been brainstorming, trying to figure out a way of forward and resolving. Cause I couldn't probably I can't do the ring around the rosy too much long. So if you can get somebody of qualified I think that whoever we go get, if they agree with you, then they're gonna be discussed.
Well, I really don't want them to agree. I want them to.
I'm just saying that if I think they would probably have to.
They're gonna be forced to, dude. This shit right in the TLA. Like, let me look. Watch this. I'm gonna put black man in the TLA, dude. This is not funny.
Hey, Smash, while you find that, let me point out one other thing too. You actually show the text that people talk about. They'll say, well, Nubian is a generic term, and you got different kind of Nubians. The text made it very clear that the Egyptian, I mean, we know they knew that there was a difference between, because I think it said, didn't it say Taseti Madjai, or they actually made a distinction, like instead of just a catch-all Nubian.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, no. These are Tassetian.
Yeah, exactly. But they keep saying Nubians in the translation, trying to make you think they didn't call them by a particular group.
Right.
Like, that'd be crazy. Like, why y'all doing that, though? So everybody down there, y'all saying Nubians, because it say Madjai. Then they say the people of Wawa, and they put parentheses, Nubians. But
yeah, that's a fight that's gonna have to be clarified.
The easiest way is to have Nubian redefined as Southerner, yo.
Instead of Negro.
Yeah, I mean, that's ridiculous. Which word existed back then, South or Negro?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but then Smash, if they do that, then how they gonna get their agenda off if they do that?
No, the new Egyptologists who said they are setting out to correct the prior errors.
Okay.
Yeah, that's one thing that needs to happen, and I'm gonna push for that too. I'm definitely gonna put some focus on maybe next year. It might be 2025 or 2026 in order to be able to bring together a real project of getting these Egyptologists to come to one place. I'm just gonna put the idea together, and then I'm gonna lean on the Egyptologists who already said that they know what I get, how we get.
Yeah,
there.
let's see them.
Now hold on. So I think it would be best to frame it like you framed it in the beginning, like a continuation of that first symposium.
Definitely, but that was actually UNESCO owns that.
Because it seems like we still having contention with this word.
No, you know what they think they did? They think they've written into they think they fortified the view. They fortified the lie with enough books and scholarship. But when we look into those books, none of them go past the question, where's the primary source on that? So I'm wondering why did we just now start asking these questions? Like, have that, I mean, again, I think somebody might have it, and the person who has it would be an Egyptologist. But I just wrote a few in emails, and I want to see, they're going to bow down, and I'm going to be telling you, look.
What's homegirl name, the German?
Which one? Rita Lucer. I forgot. Rini? Lucerini?
Yeah.
Let me look it up. Rita Lucerini or something.
Because she already...
Lucarelli, and not Rini. Lucarelli.
Lucarelli?
That's Italian.
Lucarelli. What's that?
Maybe her dad...
She might have
maybe, she might be married, or maybe her dad's Italian or something.
Yeah, no, she might be married.
Yeah.
Smash, I got a question about the KM glyph.
Okay, let's go in.
Is the ember considered a determinative? Why do we see it with the crocodile tail is Kem itself, KM? Yeah. Why we gotta have the owl or the ember?
The owl, this is just a part of the way ancient Egyptians got down when they wrote. They had something called a phonetic complement, right?
Right.
So it would normally, it don't normally, sometimes you can see both glyphs, right? You can see the K and the M and the actual biliteral, which is the one that represents both consonants. But the phonetic complement here is just representative of the last sound in the biliteral glyph. Biliteral having two consonants, the last consonant within it would be written out as called a phonetic complement.
Right. So we got the charcoal or the crocodile tail, which is KM. But then we can the ember behind it still means KM. But then we also have the KMM, which we right there we can see it. So
okay, so that's that. So really KMM, really when you see it, when I've seen it, it has two M's, but they could get it from this too. You could get KMM from this just reading that. But the fact is, you're going to get it anyway. The difference between Kim and KMM is the tense. One is an adjective and one is like a verb. Let me click KMM. It's going to say verb, see? So it's the same word in different characters of the word. You see what I mean? To be black or to become black, changing into black, or to however you use black as a verb. You feel me? And now this Kim is, so it's still the same word. It's just one has the verb tense. I click this one, it's going to say adjective. See? And so that's how they would distinguish between that. So imagine something turning black like a banana. That's Kim. You know what I'm saying? It is turning black, becoming black. Yeah.
They're basically different conjugations of the same word. In essence. So Smash, let me ask you something. I had sent you a text earlier this morning. Asked you about the I believe the term is a Shemsu whore, because I was listening to this.
A text on my phone?
Nah, I had sent you an email.
Oh, okay. I didn't get to see that yet.
What I was gonna say
about the Shemsu
there's this
whore.
Right. So is this an Australian guy? It's called Uncharted X. He's I want to say he's a mechanical engineer. I can't remember though. But anyway, he does videos basically on ancient civilizations and their building techniques and stuff like that. And he basically made a case that by the like logistically, as far as the pyramids, the temples at Karnak, etc., it doesn't fit like Western convention, right? The times and everything that is kind of smashed into it literally is implausible. Like it's logistically impossible, right? And he mentioned the Shemsu whore kind of fortifying his argument with the whole thing about the god kings, you know, prior to way before the Narmers and all of that stuff. So when you get a chance, check your email. I wanted you to go in on that. And then the second thing I had wanted to ask you is in regards to the Kemet thing, right? So the .t glyph, which is the bread loaf, right? And it denotes a province or a country or something along those lines.
Hold on. So that's up for question. But I mean, that is a hypothesis. That's not conclusive. So look, let me show you something. Just right on the screen. Look at this bird. The black ibis, right? I'm going to talk about this too, but we'll find out how this black ibis is just represented by Gemet. But what you see is the .t at the end of this, and it don't got nothing to do with a location. See what I mean?
Okay, hold on. I don't see it yet.
Oh, is
okay, yeah, GMT, right? Yeah. GMT. I see that. But hold on. I thought the glyph for the .t was that little circle with the X.
Oh, okay. No, see, that's misleading. So that is called Niyut. That's called Niyut.
Laugh at you, Haskell. That was wild.
No, well, the thing is, some people not you, Haskell, some others. Let me show you. I'm gonna show you like this. Some others that ain't trained, they be messing it up so good that they could have let you believe it.
James, I'm a tadpole in the language part, bro.
Good. It's not
I'm just laughing at how you had said that. That was kind of funny.
You see this 049? I put the wrong I put a 0. Let me put a 049.
And that T is also feminine, right?
So let's check this out. This gonna beat the brakes off.
It feminizes also, yeah.
I hate doing this always. So this is why the TLA is so good. We're not looking at it got hella sections in it, but when we come down to this section where it's searches executed on graphemes, what it is giving us is everything it got in the text corpus with a Niyut sign on it. This is 049. So it's called
that's the circle with the X in it, right? That's the 049.
Nuit, whatever, huh?
I'm saying the circle with the X in it. That's what you're referring to. That's what's referred to as a Nuit.
Yeah, 049. So I think it's NIWT or it's NWIT. I can't remember. Which one is it? Chris, Niyut or Nuit or what? Well, if Chris is here or whoever knows.
Yeah, I'm here.
Which one is it? Niyut?
Yeah, Niyut. N-I.
Oh, it's N first. NIWT. So yeah. So that sound represents. I mean, that symbol is what represents a city situation, so to speak. Now let's do a few surveys here, because let's just say crossroads. But since we see the X and intersections, and that's where the biggest intersection in your city is normally. Have you tripped off that?
Yeah, that should say Abydos.
Normally, the biggest intersection in your city was like where the main stuff was popping a long time ago.
It's like your central area downtown.
And so, but check it out. We got Abydos. The first thing right here discredits that the T is on locations, right?
And then it ain't on there right now. They talking about Abydos right now. That's crazy. I'm looking at it. It's saying Abydos. And it doesn't have the T symbol.
Exactly. Well, let's keep going because we're going to see a lot of weird things.
They're not talking about the whole thing. They're just talking about that one particular polity.
Exactly.
But hold on. So I'm seeing the 049 glyph. Isn't the 049 glyph Isn't that the dot T?
No, that's not the dot T. So the loaf of bread is. You see that right there?
Oh, okay, got you.
So that's the confusion that I said some other people, because there's an argument that goes like this, that the feminine T is not a feminine T in the case of toponyms. It's actually a place indicator. And this could very well be true because we got so many places that ends in that T. But in actuality, the real place indicator is 049. And we'll see plenty of things that don't have a T, but they got the 049. Now, let's be fair here. This search I'm doing is of 049. So that's going to be in every one. The X with the circle will be in every one. But we'll look to see how many of these are locations, which most of them will be. Then we'll see how many of them are real locations you could go to. Because one thing we'll find is that some of these X's are on places humans can't even go to, like in the clouds. So that has to be considered too, that it means more than just a city situation. But let's just go through it. Like, what is this tremendous, the name of an area? So we see a T and we see the X. We also see a T and an X on the next one, and it's going to be consistent. But no, let's slow down. What does this say? Chief administrator of the city. Now, since the city is represented by this X, but this is a person. So this will mess people up. This is a title of an administrator of a city. Some people could read this thinking that this was a location because it got a T at the end, right? But this T is the end.
That's not a word though, right there. That's a whole phrase.
That's what I was trying to say. It's a title. Did I say it was a title?
Right. No. You said it. You said.
Oh yeah, I meant to say, but the title could have just been one word. So you're right. So it's a phrase. I'm glad you pointed that out. And furthermore, that I think that it is that this is what we're getting represented by the Niut here or not, where it got the N and then it got an N and a T, right? So that's talking about of the town or of the city. And, inside of that phrase, he's the chief administrator, the great father. Really, it look like it say, Atu. But that's Ach though.
Yeah. Atu.
So would you see Achu as a father, like a leader, or chief?
Atu means something like a.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
It means like something like a magistrate or something like that.
So the circle with the X was that?
So it's supposed to be like a town, city situation, gathering spot, a city. I mean, just to be clear, they say a city or a town.
Yo, that one right there.
So when you go up to the people.
Yep, exactly. So I wanted to.
But it don't got the T.
So
Smash.
It don't got.
When you go up to where the people at,
the
one with the people, and the circle and the T. If you go up, what does that one mean? I'm trying to understand that.
Where you see that at? All right here. Good question. So this is this is my point. Well, this is a point that when they using these two people,
look like
right?
They saying they from Abydos.
Well, let's just it is, and it's forming
People
a
from
nisbah
Abydos.
out of this word in another way to say one of Abydos. But let's be clear. What the definition of Abydos don't make no difference here, right? It's just saying they one of that area. What we argue with Kemet is that the definition does make a difference in that nisbah, and we have to see some consistency there. But I've already got that research. Like the word for gardener, you can't dismarry the is waju and the root is green. If you don't translate that as green, you'll never be able to decipher gardener because he is one related to greens. You see what I'm saying?
It's not that he is green.
Yeah, exactly. True. It's not that he is green. He is one related to green. Well, the nuance between a gardener and a Kemetiu would be that we're saying that Kemetiu is saying that, and I'm including myself in the weird just to be a champion of that for right now. Not everybody on this show, but those who mount that argument are saying that the Kim in Kemetiu means that that person is black, not one related to blackness. And people are saying the blackness that he is related to is the fertile now silk. So that means that Kemet just means Egyptians. This is how they come into that conclusion.
That's crazy.
Right.
That's what I'm trying to understand. I'm sorry.
Now I was gonna say, like this word here, the word Abu for Abju means tusk or elephant tusk or ivory.
You see that one there? Hold up, slow down.
No, it's not there. I just know the meaning of the, yeah.
So
it don't mean the people. are elephant tusk, or you know what I'm saying. That's not, you know. I'm just they're inhabitants. They're from that city, people of that city.
Right.
So when they hear the people and the territory, it can mean people of that town.
You kind of breaking up on that good guy. But yeah, go slide down to some more that don't got the T glyph. I mean the T behind it. Like
oh,
that
we can
one
just
right
go
there.
through all of them. But
It
let's
say
slow
place
this
in
one
the
down
underworld.
too, because this gives us a lesson on this ayat that we was looking up when people were saying Kimi ayat. But actually this ayat wabti, this is the pure mound. Ayat being a mound or a place, right? And wabti being a purification. So they say the pure place is a burial place for the parts of Osiris' body, abaton in Greek, whatever. But we clearly see this is a mound, ayati, wabet, they say, with the T right there. So now you clearly see that this T, why is the T there? You saying because it's a place? Well, this could be an attestation to say that this T is there because it's a place. Let me say why. Because nothing should be feminine here, right? If this is a pure place in the part of Osiris's body, that's masculine. So I'm just saying the statement ain't feminized, but a T occurs here. That's why some say why that T there. I don't know. Anybody else want to get in on that?
Matt, I got something. Smash.
Yeah,
Could it also be some confusion? Well, I can understand when he was saying the bread glyph, the raised bread glyph. The T, a lot of times, we always say top, the ta, but that's not the
no, that's
ta
not
glyph,
the ta one though.
the land glyph.
Yeah.
But that T could kind of make people confused, thinking that has something to do with the land.
Yeah, I know that's what we're trying to bang out. But notice this now. This one, it really gets crazy. The ones that they say PN, they think they're personal names. So this is just like, okay, so if you're reading the glyphs wrong, you think this is a town. See? But this is just somebody's name with a Niyut sign in it.
Hey, so hold on, man.
I think that's the confusion thing right there. I'm trying to understand. When are they talking about people and talking about a town?
How could they possibly get black land out of KM.T?
Exactly. That's what we've been arguing for the longest. But if you go into any... Well, go ahead. Go ahead.
Now, I'm going to say they have a glyph for land, right? It's
well, they definitely do, and they say that the land is represented by this Niyut. But if that was consistent, every one of these words over here, they would be saying the something land, to this land, to this land.
Hold on. So the land determined the three hills?
So there's plenty of ways to say land. That is a foreign land. That's a foreign land.
Okay, yeah, we need to find out.
Ta. It's ta. It's ta. It's like the y'all call it the cigar.
I'm talking about as far as the glyph number. We know this glyph.
No, we can pull that up.
We know
easy.
the actual damn glyph for the land.
The memory of Ta. I don't have the glyph number in my head, but
see, we don't have that one.
It's hella easy to pull up. Like we can do that in 2 seconds. But it's
because
we've been talking about this so much, we all remember it. Like anybody who's been watching these shows for a year remember this glyph. Once we start focusing on Ta, we're gonna all remember that one. But if I pass up anything that is pertinent to what we're talking about, just stop me.
I see a quiver and some land. What's
well,
up?
you called it a quiver, but that's a pillar until we could qualify that that's a...
yeah, I
know what it is.
We ain't doing all that.
But look, Heliopolis was a place of some bone.
It looked like the people in Heliopolis had some arrows.
Well, they don't got look, all of these locations, look, man, they consistent. Esther, ain't that in the south?
They all got arrows.
No, that's all in the south. Heliopolis, kind of southern, I guess.
Yeah, that's what they got going on.
But now look at this. The one from Heliopolis referring to the staff, this will say they left out this hedging on it. I don't know what's going on. They got that in the staff.
Hey, what was Chef talking about? About everything under Kairos?
Stop right there, man. Hold on. You got two of them right there.
Hold on, James. You trampled over me, bro. What was Chef talking about with this whole everything under Cairo is the South?
I don't know if he's wrong about that though.
Yeah, he's absolutely right. I would say that.
At a certain, I would say that Jamil just told us what it's N16. But that's the time.
He said N16.
Yeah, we could put that next. But so he would just have to add a historical time period to when he talking about, because the borders move so much. I don't even know about the borders of Upper and Lower Egypt moving more than once, but basically he would have to say when he was
Okay.
talking about.
That's
Because
deep.
that would be incorrect for the pre-dynastic unification times that we talking about. Like,
No, don't go past that double land.
but normally when you hear
determinant.
south, though,
I
it's
mean, a
in that
town
Thebes area.
determinant right there. I want to see. They saying that one of them is Thebes. Which one is Thebes? The one with the arrows? Nah, the one right there with the two town determinants right there.
So
one of them is Thebes, right? Which one is Thebes? The one with the arrows?
No. This is on or Iunu. So this is it's not Thebes. That word Samau just means southern.
But you
like
know what?
Southern area.
Why I got Thebes in parentheses right there?
But I was about to tell you, this is Thebes though. But this is just another name for it that you might not know. Let me show you.
Unless it's south of.
So it's like it's a different name they used to call it. Let me show you.
No, Thebes is south of south.
So it was just one of his other names that I picked up off this map, right? And I noticed that and that. So let's see if it say that right here. It's just not called. It don't say Thebes, though. They had Ipet-Asut, and you would say that's saying Thebes, but that don't say Thebes either. You know what I'm saying? So let's come down to.
I'm saying, but the word says south of On. So
this is it. Look, you feel me? Thebes, Awenu Shema.
So south of, and where's Iunu?
Look like it's on the Red Sea coast.
No, that's just the arrow going over.
They're basically saying different names that this place was called.
Right.
Yeah.
And where's Iunu?
Oh, wait a minute. That's what they're saying?
So look. Ipet-Asut is a building structure in Thebes. So some people say Ipet-Asut and they talking about Thebes. Waset is the traditional name we know of Thebes, right? So they got the Greek first, and they telling us Luxor and Karnak is called this. The name. You see the line from Luxor saying that Luxor is called Ipet-Reset, and Karnak is called Ipet-Sut or Ipet-Asut. Now the Medu Neter for Thebes first Waset. Also, it could be called Ayanu Shema or Niu. Now we all know about this town glyph, Resi. Now let's talk about it because this literally say the southern town, right? And what my brother was what you was breaking down with this one when you was reading it. Because to me, I'm saying this is an area of some southern bowmen, but that ain't right because we could talk about it. But what did you read from this when you read that?
Yeah, I was saying on the map show so that we don't just brute force remember the word. Let's learn what the phrase is saying. So it's saying south of the columned city, or south of the columned city or town. So where on this map, where is Iunu at?
Oh, okay, that's a good question. So let me ask you something. When you translated that, you took Shema as south?
Yeah.
Okay. And then
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that I could take that as south. And then you take because the opposite of Shema being Mehu or whatever. Or
yes.
Yeah,
Mehu,
being the north. Okay, I'm with that. Mm-hmm. Now Awenu, how did you get beyond the pillars of or whatever?
Because the word Iunu or Yun means columned or columns.
But it also is another word for Ayun that means bow people, bowmen.
Yeah. Well, that's because phonetically they just use the column glyph to describe, to say, or one word for bow, but we don't know the other vowels that go in there. But yeah, you're right though.
But geographically, this got more to do with bow people than columns. See what I mean? Like this area is right at the border of Tasseti. So I would be able to mount an argument unless you could show me these columns you say will go to Ipet-Asut. You feel what I'm saying? And then I would say, okay, well, they do got these fat temples, right? So that's some, I could understand that, but I do also understand that these bow people was down there. So let me see what I'm confusing here, because I'm not saying nobody else is confused with me, but let's watch this. So we got the this area we was just banging out, and we realized that this top one could indeed sometimes be Thebes. But here's another name now, and they're saying Heliopolis. If I come here,
Ipet-Asut, big columns, Smash.
Pardon me?
Ipet-Asut, does that have the big columns?
Let's look and see. Ain't that one temple? Jamil, you got some Ipet-Asut pictures? Pretty sure he do. But let's look and see if it got columns. I mean, I'm not saying that it would have to What's that temple called? The Tippet. What's the other word for Ipit?
Dundera? No, not Dundera. Dundera?
No, that's not Dundera. It's I don't know the English name for Ipit. Temple of Karnak, maybe? No, that's not Temple of Karnak.
Yeah, that's it. Temple Karnak.
Huh?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, all right. Yeah, well, there you go right there. Look at them fat ass columns that popped up. So I'm saying though, like, so the people who want to say that, oh, well, you saying it's Tasseti, well, I can show you hella columns. I'm gonna accept both of those because both of those seem to be apparent. One don't seem to discredit the other, and how I know the ancient Egyptians, I don't have to even do nothing. I just type the word, the same word we're scrutinizing, and it's going to say bow people.
Yeah, but the word Ipitsut, literal translation means like the first place, or like something like that place, or primordial location, or something like that. But the word Iunu or Iun is a word that's used for the city of On, and it was known for its tall white columns.
All right, so the fact that now the city of On is relevant too, because that's the city of Awenu that we're talking about. Now, the funny part about that word is I want to show people it's the same word we got for color. Now, I'm not throwing nobody off, but the fact that you said that they had these white columns, right? And I see this in the word, but I'm not going to go there. I want to go right to what we was dealing with. So everybody see this Awen is a pillar or a column. I'm going to click into this attestations. There's 31 attestations where they're using this to talk about a column. I actually went into them attestations before and see if it could be talking about a bow at that time, and believe it or not, a lot of them could. But I don't want to do that right now. We're going to keep along. Now we see this pillar of Osiris, a siege tower that pondering, and they ain't got no attestations to it. That's why it's red. A pillar or a column. This is the first one. Let's see how many this one got. The same 31, same lemma number. So that's the same as the top one. Now Heliopolis being a city, it got that pillar. Pretty sure that's representative of what my man Chris is talking about. Right? And we keep going. Now let's go right.
That one was red though.
Huh? Yeah, that means they don't got no attestations of it, basically. They saying that right here, they could be talking about simply a pillar of the moon, whatever that would mean, a back pillar on a statue. So a column hall. All of these things are qualifying. Where we reach what starts to be anomalous is when they take the same glyphs and they start. Now here's the colorful one with a different Auni hue, and I don't want us to confuse those. Esna, so these is all places where they got pillars and temples. But then when we get to people described as that, they're not, I mean, a lot of these are Heliopolis. That could be anybody. They're just from that place. But is the one, now we come to this, right? So this needs to be explained in a way that it makes sense with everything that's going on. Because these people, these pillar people, got something to do with the bow. This pillar has anything to do with the bow? Or I need this, we need to reconcile this.
So you could say that,
I think it's just phonetic. I don't think it's anything
really all
that profound. Yeah, I think it's phonetic. If we knew what the vowels were in between these consonants, then I think we'd be able to distinguish clearly between the word for bow and the word for column. But since we don't know the vowels, then they sound the same to us. They all sound the same to us.
So they say this was used 5 times to say a bow. Let's go further, right? And then we got this, bow man, right? But look, 3 pillars means bow people, nomads from Nubia or Sinai. So again, these things have to be reconciled as that. To me, I'll be like, okay, I'm getting lost. But I hear what you just said, that if we knew the vowels, but why we need to know the vowels when they got the same exact glyph? See, you see what I mean?
But that's to the eye, though. A native speaker would be able to look at that and they wouldn't say "iwun" to you. They probably would say "iwunton" you, something, or they would say something different. Because right, the as we all know, the glyphs don't, they don't give you vowel well, they give you vowel indicators sometimes, but we don't know what the vowels are outright when we're looking at those three pillars.
So let's just leave alone any type of thing said verbally. Let's just look at things written on the wall. And let's not attempt to pronounce them. And we still say that you have one pillar and a bow. Without trying to pronounce it, you can extract the definition. They say it means a bow. So I'm willing to accept that. Now, if you line up three pillars, real quick, they say it means bow people, however we pronounce it. We have three pillars. So somehow a pillar needs to relate to a bow person somehow.
That's what I'm saying.
It don't have to.
Oh, he's saying the sounds just have to. That's
right.
What you're saying.
It could be purely phonetic. They're just using it because that consonant cluster is useful for that word for bow. It don't mean that it relates to it. Like for example, in that word with Iabet, right? They had not Iabet. Iabut was miracles or whatever. They had an ivory tusk there, right? I mean, it don't mean that the ivory tusk is a miracle.
I'm with that 100%, but that's kind of problematic because they got words for bows that was used so frequently, right?
Right, but remember though, we got different words, right? We got multiple people around, different tribes. So one tribe probably had a word for Iunu, and it just happens to be the same consonant cluster for pillar. But again, we don't know what it sounds like though.
But look what this say: bow people. Nomads from Nubia, from Sinai, right? It don't even say bow people from Egypt or Egyptians who would be in any of these locations of these pillar places.
Right.
Well, that's not contradicting you because that's not your argument. I'm just putting out more information for people. I hope people don't think my statement was trying to go against yours. I'm simply showing people that they're saying three pillars represent people. So these three pillars is going back to this definition. These two are connected. Right. And they're saying that a multitude of a bow, if you got three of them.
So can we substitute the bow people or the bow for the pillars? Is that what they're trying to say? I'm trying to understand.
Well, that's kind of like what we're scrutinizing here. Like how are these?
Well, hold on.
He's saying they're only interchangeable phonetically and not by which is a good argument.
Can't be related? The bow people can't be related to the.
So sometimes they rebus stuff too, right? And you just supposed to be getting the sounds and nothing else, basically.
Right.
So what I'm saying is, so every time we see a pillar, based on that little rendition, that one rendition right there, I guess you could say everybody with a pillar is a bow people.
No. Three.
Oh, so you gotta have three to be the bow.
Well, let's be clear and let's look through the rest of it.
That ain't making no sense.
That's what I'm trying to show. But let's see. Let's see.
But hold on. But they're both people from a particular place,
let's
though,
think
right?
about this in
Sinai,
real life,
right?
a way we can understand it. Like, I'm gonna say just this: if you see one basketball, you might think he talking about a baller, but you're not gonna think that. If you see three basketballs, you're not gonna think three ballers. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna think something different. You might even think of one person taking three shots. But I'm just trying to give it to us in a way that we can understand it. Let's say I put a basketball in the chat. Your brain will think, he think he be balling, or a baller you'll think singular. Now, if I put three balls, your brain ain't gonna think three hooper players.
Why can't it be plurality?
It can.
Right. That's what I was thinking. Like it could be, he's a hooper like crazy.
But that messed it up. If it's plurality, then I mean that singularly it represents the same thing. Like, how can we get plurality and say bow people, but when it's singular, it ain't bow people?
Because
it would be Iunu.
A bow person, Madjai.
Pardon me?
Because they have a word for a
they got plenty of and just like Chris pointed out, it's hella different bow people. Madjai was the ones who was considered like the best, if you ask me. They got the Patati, and they was also Southerners. They would only send Patati to Canaan, or the Canaanite areas. They would not send the people of Madjai. They kept them to protect themselves. And then we see this is another tribe of bow people here. Down to you. And we can look at what they said about them and see which ones, what matches what.
Look at the area. And Wawet has the pillar in it. And Dundera right there, which you just bringing up, that area, and whether it's Ta-Nehisi, the South, it's still, to me, that's still, it could be multiple bow people. It's still the same people.
What is this word, man? Hold on. It just say a noun. See how they do us? Mata. This ain't a land. What is this? This is a throne, right? So we got
Right.
that at the end. Ta could be. I don't know what this word is.
Yeah, it's mata. That's just a determinative.
But what
it's
is this? A noun? It just say a noun. What does it mean? Is what I'm asking.
Oh, the meaning of it. Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, they just say a noun.
Something with a location.
I never
Probably.
seen a definition that only gave you the word class. The
I see a throne, M throne, and what's the little thing behind the throne?
Well, the reason why I asked that because look what it says. The nomads who are in Mata have been brought down. But they say it's a noun, so it's a person, place, or a thing. So it's a place.
Somebody, so
it's
they
a
crushed
place,
it.
but they don't know where this place is at, I guess. This is what it's told us right here.
Any attestation? There's two attestations. Can we go?
Oh, yeah. How many more you asking?
I see two attestations. Can we go?
Well, I vanquished the bowmen of Mentu, right? Now, this is the own to you, or by transliteration, but like he pointed out, that could be anything. It says the white bull that will trample down the own to you, or the, however y'all want to pronounce that. Now, the good gods who kills the bow people, who cuts the throats of the Asians. All right.
That's hard.
Is this a juxtaposition to the Asians, or is he saying the Asian bow people?
What word
the
did he
bow
use for the
people
Asians,
and the
man?
Asians?
Yeah.
What word did he use for the Asian?
Well, they put set. Oh, that's a good one. They put set. So this got a lowercase t, but if I click it, the t gonna turn capital. Watch. See how that be working? We know this TLA hella good. So I was gonna say sechet, but if I would have did that and you seen the lowercase t, you would have thought I was wrong. So I don't know why they do that, but this t is lowercase here. So that means it's kind of like a setiu. It's not setiu, and that's another way that people be messing up. We be saying that setiu was people from Nubia and the Siam, but they was called sech. This is the TCH sound, the capital T. So et. You know what I'm saying? Now this says Asia, and so they would call them sechiu to say the Asians. Let's see if it really say the throat of the Asians. Well, I don't see nothing about a throat. Do you? I guess this is a throat, huh? To cut off, it says to cut off. Wesseret, that's the throat. Oh, the neck, yep.
Like the swallow.
Yep, they cutting the neck of the Asians. So this is what I be trying to, but they killing the bow people too. Be not confused. This is just the rank. This is how they did it. Like, yo, we got the North and the South. Who want it? They was on some who want it. Like, you feel me? For real, they wasn't like they trying to show they the best. But we could keep going. These I want
Smash. What word do they use for the bow? Okay, it said bow people. Okay, I see it.
Yeah. Let's keep going. I'm gonna try to find anything that places them someplace. But right here, whose massacre caused thousands of bow people to die, who attacked the land of Egypt border, who shot the arrows as Sekhmet does. It says, felling thousands of those who misunderstood his power. Now it says his majesty tongue, she imitates Nubia, huh? Intimidates. Wait. Yeah, not imitates. I wanted it to say imitates. Intimidates Nubia. Let's read that. Where is she intimidating Nubia?
And then I'm gonna go out. It says who conquers the two countries.
The bows, the 9 bows. Where's something about the 9 bows? Because this right here. So let me look to the right, see if they say something about the 9 bows. Give to her land to, what's this, to die. Oh, I knew that. Thousands, okay, so we over there. Pageant, so this is about the bow to Tosh, that's the southern
border. It say something right there, literally 90.
Its borders.
It say literally 90, then it says the bow. See right there, right above where you at?
Where you see 90?
There's a little bit above it. That next kind of like where that gap
that's the 9 bows, pageant. So 9 bows to give her, to her, die. I don't know. Well, let's see what this is a shot. That's not her. Slaughtering. See, it was a shot. So to give to slaughtering, they die. And after they die, thousands gonna die. thousands M Paget. So something about the bar. So let's slow down. There we go.
Okay, I see barbarians.
So,
right
but let's
there.
look at this. This one is Paget. It's clear enough that they're saying that Bowman here, they're using a different word. Now, this is even funnier because it say bar, bruh. Now, that's when you get Berber, but I ain't doing that. That's just the root to this barbarian word. They're not saying anything like that. I'm just showing us how they're calling these Paget barbarians here. And
So
that's what this
those
word.
are different bowmen.
So you saying those are
Yeah, they're definitely different
those
bowmen
are
as they showed us here. They said Paget to you. It don't really say barbarians, bro. It say bowmen or Pageti. So a bow is a Paget and an E is like Sudani. Paget isn't a place. So they a bow person, not a barbarian.
So they beefing with the non-bow and
But
these
this is what
people.
we was just talking about. It was hella different bowmen. And this is a good text illustrating it. It says who shot, because he went against these Untiyu bowmen, but he could be just saying generic. Petiyu is more generic. It's not indicative of a place or anything, huh?
Who's speaking? Who went against them?
Yeah,
this is
it says the upper.
Stella,
It says the.
Damn, I hear the door slamming. This is a hymn to Serosis III, a Senroset III. And this is a 12th dynasty family who indeed smashed on the south and they smashed on the east. He expanded the borders. But if you look at it properly, he included more of the Nubian contingency in his land. But the people who didn't want him to do that got beat up, basically.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
He went south and set the border down to Semna. So I ask anybody, if we go south and take the border down to Mexico City in New Mexico, then what happened to all the Mexicans who live in those areas? They become Americans, right?
Assimilate, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what he did. But he did some kicking out to the people who didn't. Some people wasn't having that. And he said he had to beat up like 7,000 people.
Yeah, that happens. Yeah.
It says who conquers the upper and lower Egypt by power.
But I wanted to be clear on that particular Nesu. What's his lineage?
Who? Oh, I don't know. That's a good question. We could look that up. He's from the 12th family. But knowing where they come from before their dynasty is a hard thing to do. I'm about to close this stream down and go watch something else to say who smites the great nomads of the Mindu tribe, hidden foreign lands. What was we looking for again? I forgot what was we looking for. What is this about? Oh, it's about Auntiyu. Well, that's something we'd have to figure out. And I don't think that ultimately, here's the thing that you got to contend with, my brother. And I'll leave it on this. Auntiyu, the three pillars is older than all this other stuff. Like all these other pillars that we see, where they use them, the original extraction, let me see, Anu, Terra, NET. This is pre-dynastic, proto-dynastic, right? And in this image, we see the three pillars. So that's something to contend with. Look, we see the house of the three pillars here, right? Now, you could say that ain't the three pillars, right? And that ain't a hoop. But then we see them again right here and a city sign. Now, these three pillars obviously are indicated different than these three, so we got to take our pick. I picked these, but the reason why it don't make no difference because we see the Niut city next to it and three pillars, right? And so what does this mean? This is supposed to be the Anu people, which is the Auntiyu, which is we acting as like just as some desert bowmen. But if we look at this, we see they had a city pre-dynastic before all them other pillars.
Yep.
And that's problematic.
But hold on, though. So hold on. Now, this stuff right here look different from the other ones.
Well, it's
you saying just stylistically these just predate them and then
let me just show you. Yeah,
they evolved into that.
Yeah, this is proto-dynastic.
Right here, this just looks like the three phonetic strokes.
Well, it could be temples, correct? Right?
Yeah, but that looks like to me. That just
let me show you something. This is the one that you should focus on. Okay?
Right.
But I was trying to say that this is the one with the Niut city behind it. This is just a hoot or building structures. We know there's temples there or buildings there. This is where they at. Now, I should have said what you said at first and just said that that's plurality, but what I did was left the option to say which one is it. But and ultimately the scholars is what we got to go back. If we read to the right, it says net anu, right? Now what me and Chris was just talking about is the way that this place is pronounced. And you'll notice here, this ain't nothing but a bad transliteration that the scholars did in early times. We still got the N and the W, but now we move the W before the N, in between the A and the W, and this A turned into a J or an I. So this is in Budge's system. Anu ain't correct. We don't call these people the Anu. We know that these are now these people we looking at on the TLA with the 3 pillars. And so now that's the most problematic part about it. Because look, here go those 3 people, and they acting like they some bold people, nomads from Nubia. But when you look at the archaeology, you find that these people had they were stationary, right? Because they got a city situation. X that ain't indicative of nomads.
That's not nomad,
and these temples that they talk about didn't move. And so they were from this location, and this is before. Now, if I go to Flinders Petrie, he say this is the precursor race of the ancient Egyptians. So we don't have to go that far. But and also Abby Emile LaRue said the same thing. I mean, I said LaRue, Emile Linu or whatever, Linu, whatever. Abby Emile Linu, whatever. He said the same thing, but I'm not using the work on this source right here. I'm only using their pictures because they might be going more Black Ali E.G.ist than me. And so all I was saying is that would have to be rectified as well. I can pull out this. I'm using this to falsify that they were just at all times nomadic. They possibly became nomadic.
What does that right there say in the part 2? Tachati. What is that? What do they mean?
Where are you talking about?
It says Tachuti, and then it says thought.
Oh, well, they say Seth, the guy of, now they just call, this is them coming up with some other names. But hold on, let's be clear. They say line 2 says Seth. They're telling us that this is a set animal. I don't know if I could all the way agree with that, but I don't got the prowess to disagree. Because they possibly looked at the primary to conclude this was a set animal. Now it says God, of the God Seth. They saying that that's what this say.
Okay.
Line 3, they're saying net, but this is what we call Niyut. Remember? But they just doing Bud's transliteration. They only taking the N and the T and putting the E in the middle. So Net Anu, the city of the Anu people, is what they saying. Now this they is Flinders Petrie. See how it says image of Petrie? This book is called The Making of Egypt. We can pull it up right now on page 73.
But listen, wouldn't that be on and then Anu just makes it plural? Like
no. Remember that this was a mistranslation, and we came to a conclusion. Scholars have came to the conclusion that it actually says this. See the 3 pillars?
Right.
So on is out of the picture now. That's antiquated. That's what they thought it meant. And now we know it meant I win, or whatever we want to call this, however we pronounce it. But this one says TU.
JNW, I mean.
Yep. That's this
so
one
in
says,
the facsimile, they made it look like that right there to the left.
What you mean facsimile? Are you talking about?
I mean, I'm in the what you call it? Was that the real primary?
Yeah, this is a picture, a photo of the primary. Let's be clear though. This is before the language developed into what we know it as today. This is the old version of it.
Mm-hmm.
So then I'm arguing, why are these pillars if they got this line through them? But that's a whole nother conversation. The scholars concluded that these are the 3 pillars. That's how they get Anu here. And all I'm showing us is that this Anu don't stand no more. Anu is out this. You see the 3 pillars? So then this would mean that these Bo people nomads was not always nomads. Because on this, they are shown with
they wasn't even nomads.
Exactly. They shown with a city situation. He's the chief of the city, Terranetter. And they even got at least 3 buildings. I hate being literal there.
Right.
But they got plural buildings.
We can say plurality.
Yeah, they got plural buildings.
That's what it wound up meaning later on.
Now,
it didn't just mean 3.
So I'm going back. I'm only doing this to put more evidence to what I believe, that these was Bo people. Because but he ain't holding the bow, but that would have checkmated it, right? But
Right.
he ain't holding the bow, he just holding the thing. But at least we could conclude that they was stationary, and then we could go to the city which represents these three pillars now, bro. And so there is a city that represents the three pillars.
It's multiple.
Not all of them just got one, but you got to have all three. So let's try
Right.
to go back to the known map. I got to end this, though, because I ain't ate or nothing. Matter of fact, yeah, this video at 4 hours on the dot right now.
Yeah, all right, peace,
it's
man.
on the dot.
Peace.
I appreciate everybody, but I ain't ate, and I'm like, oh, you know what? Hold on, let me see. I always got to give people their time to support the channel, though. Like, damn. So let me go like this. And then we go look to see who bought that book real quick so that they could get their signed autographed copy. Thanks to them. Shout out to Robert. I see Robert in the Cash App. I have to go look. I appreciate you. What you say?
Did you send my book?
I sent every book. You want what's your name?
It's Frederick.
Frederick, yeah, it should be popping up. It should be popping up today, but I mean, I don't know. I said today. Let me see.
East Coast, West Coast.
What's your let me see. What's your
705.
No, wait, hold on. I gotta put on my glasses.
I ain't gonna get no more. 705.
You know how we get it in. Hold on. I'm gonna put on my glasses. What is your do you want to say what your area code is? Just tell me the three numbers of the area code. 601, like what's the first three numbers of your, is it area code or zip code or whatever?
Oh, damn, 803.
Oh, let me see. Hold up. Yeah, everybody got their.
We in the South.
Everybody got their book sent. You should be. It should be arriving anytime. But I use media mail. I can't front because that's what it is.
Okay.
So some people get them instantly, and some people's taking 2 or 3 days.
Yeah. Mine got to come all the way across the nation.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. Media mail is yeah. But I appreciate the support and everybody.
Oh, always. You see the shirt? You see that shirt, right?
That's you with that shirt?
And you see how I keep it, right? It's still in excellent condition.
Oh, for real?
I bought that when I bought your first book. It came in the combo pack.
Oh yeah, you know what? I need some new combo packs. And let me make this black like Osiris shirt. I be forgetting all my little stuff you gotta do to make stuff. You know how? Yeah, you need a hug. Get the hat, the book, and the shirt, and have on the fit and the book.
No doubt.
Word up though. But thank y'all for tapping in. I'm gonna go watch some